Chapter 3475. Shilin's voice rang out. Third Master, this battle has lasted long enough. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Shilin. He also saw Wu Tong behind Shilin. Wu Tong bowed to Lu Yin. Greetings, Third Master. Lu Yin smiled and stretched. It's been long enough. I'm a little tired. Alright, I'll give you some face. Shilin heaved a sigh of relief and looked up. Senior Wu Wei, please leave. Wu Wei was a consciousness life form that had surrendered. Although it was powerful, it had no right to speak in this intent realm. Shilin told it to leave, so it had to leave. The dark clouds quickly dispersed. In Old Tao's eyes, the huge spider had left. In Kai Keqing's eyes, the saber had left. Different people saw different things when they looked at Wu Wei. Lu Yin watched the dark clouds disperse and looked at Shilin. I don't want the Qi family to have any right to speak in this intent realm. Shilin said naturally, Third Master, you can take the Qi family away. Lu Yin disdainfully said, there's no need. I won't attack these people. Then he stepped out and left the intent realm. Shilin looked at Lu Yin's back and heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. After this battle, the intent realm was greatly damaged, but it also showed the outside world the strength of the intent realm. They lost honored Master Qi, but they still had Wu Wei, who was comparable to Xianxia. The intent realm's status was still unshakable. This battle had made the Third Master even more famous. Only Xianxia could defeat him. What was Lord Yu Xianxia thinking? The intent realm was almost destroyed, but he didn't make a move. Outside the intent realm, countless people looked at Lu Yin with fear and dread. If they had guessed before, they were now certain. The Third Master had the strength of Xianxia. Lu Yin casually sat on the pole and changed his clothes. He exhaled tiredly. Let's go. Old Tao said respectfully, Yes, Master. Let's go. He glided into the distance, and the people who had been watching Lu Yin both openly and covertly retreated a little further away. This was a ruthless person who could destroy the Qi family. Honored Master Qi and Wu Wei couldn't stop him. If this person targeted them, they would be finished. Thinking of this, many people wanted to retreat. This was a battle at Xianxia's level. What did it have to do with them? Why did they have to be targeted? They didn't want to die. The Battle of Wills had reduced the number of people watching Lu Yin by more than half. The rest were from the 7 major forces or their subsidiary forces. They wanted to retreat, but they couldn't. As the news of the Battle of Wills spread, the outside world's perception of the Third Master of the Dayu Villa was constantly refreshed. He was now comparable to Xianxia. Previously, whether it was the battle with Palace Master Yao or the assassination attempt on Zhou Xian, he had only guessed that Xianxia was needed to suppress the situation. Now he was absolutely certain. As long as Xianxia didn't appear, the Third Master was invincible. He had the terrifying physical strength to suppress Yushan and the consciousness power to defeat Qizun. Even Xianxia might not be able to do anything to him. In the spiritualized universe, there was the Imperial Mulberry Sky and the 7 major Mulberry Skies. Other than that, there were also the 7 major powers. Some Xianxia were the masters of the 7 major forces, but most of them had nothing to do with the 7 major forces. Zhang Ming was the leader of the School of Arts. He had Xianxia's identity and the School of Arts. Bao Qi, Meng Sang, and the others had nothing to do with the 7 major powers. In outer heaven, many cultivators gathered and requested Yu Xianxia to come out of seclusion and suppress the Dayu Villa. Bao Qi Xianxia personally entered Sky Beyond Sky and found Yu Xianxia. You want to do it? Yu Xianxia was calm. Bao Qi said in a low voice, Everyone says that Xianxia can't take down the Third Master. He's too arrogant. Yu Xianxia found it funny and looked at Bao Qi. In the entire spiritualized universe, I don't think anyone is more arrogant than you. Bao Qi used a shortcut to become Xianxia. He was much younger than Zhang Ming and the others. He was the youngest of the 7 major Xianxia. Because he cultivated the sound sequence, he was arrogant. Bao Qi was confident. I have the qualifications. Let me deal with the Third Master. Yu Xianxia looked away. Deal with him? Of course not. In time, Bao Qi died in the Tianyuan universe. He seemed to have died at the hands of Master Lu. Although he didn't know the details, Bao Qi definitely had karma with Master Lu. He couldn't let Master Lu make up for the karma. You don't have to do it. The 10,000 Beasts land won't let the Dayu Villa go. Many of their experts died at the hands of the Dayu Villa. 10,000 beasts land? They can't do it unless Wu Huang returns. He's coming back. Bao Qi was stunned. Wu Huang is coming back. What about the consciousness universe? Xianxia's gaze turned cold as he stared at Bao Qi. I shouldn't have let you become Xianxia. How could you forget such an important day? Bao Qi stared at Xianxia in a daze. Suddenly his eyes widened. The day of the spirit sacrifice. Xianxia said coldly, have you forgotten how miserable the competition for the position of Xianxia was? The Gate of Techniques, the Royal God Mountain, the 10,000 Beasts Land, and even the Zhikong domain all had people. If I hadn't given you the cauldron bell at the last moment, how could you have become Xianxia? Don't think that your position is secure. There are many people eyeing the position of Xianxia. Some are beyond your imagination. Don't provoke the Dayu Villa. It's fine if you win, but if you lose, you'll lose your position. Bao Qi was unwilling to accept Xianxia's words. He wanted to prove himself. Everyone said that his position of Xianxia was given to him by Xianxia. If not for the cauldron bell, he wouldn't have been able to become Xianxia. This was also why he was anxious to find Xianxia to deal with Lu Yin. Bao Qi had always been arrogant, so how could he tolerate such talk? However, Xianxia's words struck his soul. If he lost, he would lose his position. Would he lose? Impossible. With the cauldron bell, he was Xianxia. How could Xianxia lose? Bao Qi stood in place, his expression changing. Xianxia had allowed him to leave so he wouldn't restrict Bao Qi. However, if Bao Qi really went to find trouble with Lu Yin and was defeated, then his position as Xianxia would be gone. Xianxia could not be defeated. This was the highest position in the spiritualized universe, second only to Xianxia himself. The word defeat was not meant for Xianxia. Anyone who lost would not be qualified to become Xianxia. No matter how arrogant Bao Qi was, he still had a brain. At the same time, in outer space, Old Tao mentioned the day of the spirit sacrifice. What's the day of the spirit sacrifice? Lu Yin was curious. Old Tao respectfully explained, if the 9 domains ring sun is the end of the year for the 9 domains, then the day of the spirit sacrifice is the end of the entire spiritualized universe. Legend has it that this day is the birth of supreme extremity, and it is also said that this day is the day when the spiritualized universe unifies all cultivation methods. Some even say that this day is the day when the spiritualized universe's 36 domains form the word spirit. In any case, there are all sorts of legends and they vary from place to place. However, the result is the same. On this day, the entire spiritualized universe will celebrate, pray, and bless. Translation: Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation: Peak. Xianxia will lead the 7 great Xianxia guardian spirits. When the time comes, even Wu Huang and the 9th spirit who are far away in the consciousness universe will return. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Wu Huang and the 9th spirit? Of the 7 great Xianxia, he had met Xianxia, Meng Sang, Bao Qi, and Yuan. There were 3 that he had not met before. They were Zhan Ming, Wu Huang, and the 9th spirit. He had interacted with Zhan Ming before and was no stranger. To a certain extent he could threaten this person. But Wu Huang and the 9th spirit were complete strangers. Especially Wu Huang, who represented the 10,000 Beasts border and was his enemy. Once this person returned, he would definitely compete with the Dayu Villa. What is Wu Huang's personality like? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao was wary. Wu Huang is domineering. With him around, no one dares to provoke the 10,000 Beasts border. Even the 7 great powers like Wills, Imperial God Mountain, and Heaven's Hand have to retreat. Whoever offends the 10,000 Beasts border will be personally beaten up by Wu Huang. Lu Yin laughed. You mean that he will definitely come looking for trouble with me? Definitely. Old Tao did not hesitate. Palace Mistress Yao interjected. Wu Huang once said that he did not want the Xianxia to succeed, but that the Xianxia must have him. So arrogant? Lu Yin was surprised. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze was wary. He has the qualifications. Perhaps you have heard of a title. After a pause, her gaze turned serious. Undying Wu Huang. Lu Yin had heard of this title but thought it was just a title. Old Tao reminded him, Wu Huang's most famous battle was against 3 Xianxians at the same time. That was a true battle of life and death, witnessed by Xianxia. The cause of that battle was long forgotten, but the result was recorded in history. Wu Huang used his own strength to beat the 3 Xianxians half to death. He himself was also half dead, but the three Xianxians could not kill him. At most they could suppress him. But given some time he could counterattack. In the end Yu Xianxian determined that the battle was a draw. Lu Yin was curious. Which three Xianxians? Yi Xianxian, Meng Sang, and one who died long ago. Lu Yin praised, that's really powerful. Yi Xianxian did not have too many killing moves, but the sealed world was not to be trifled with. That thing belonged to the round-faced elder. Meng Sang's physical strength was strong, and with the sixth life's final chapter, it was a sure kill move. He believed that Wu Huang would be prepared, but with the three Xianxians working together, they would definitely have a way to use the final chapter. Even that could not defeat Wu Huang. He was worthy of that title. How long until the day of the spirit sacrifice? Some time, but according to the usual pattern, Wu Huang will return early. Palace Mistress Yao said. Lu Yin patted the rod. All right, to the myriad beasts border. Lu Yin's words shocked old Tao and the others. Even Startoad could not help but stare at Lu Yin. Master, to the myriad beasts border? Yes. Wu Huang will return early. Rather than wait for him to find trouble with me, I'll go find him first. Was that the logic? Old Tao was stunned. Palace Mistress Yao could not help but speak up. Other than Wu Huang, there are also a group of old fellows in the myriad beasts border. They are said to be hiding in the myriad beasts border because they do not like Yu Xianxian and do not want to be used as a tool to create the sequence foundation. The myriad beasts border is not to be trifled with. In terms of overall strength, even the intent realm cannot compare. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Nonsense, if the intent realm did not have Reverend Qi and Wu Wei, I could defeat them with one hand. If the myriad beasts border had such strength, then Wu Huang would not have the right to be arrogant. If that is the case, Master still wants to go to the myriad beasts border. Old Tao asked carefully. The myriad beasts border was not to be trifled with. Thank you brothers for your support, thank you, thank you. Chapter 3476. Lu Yin casually said, I like to nip trouble in the bud. I know where the myriad beasts border is and it's on the way to beyond heaven. Let's make a trip there. There are so many people in the spiritualized universe who want to know more about me, so I'll go check out the myriad beasts border first. Old Tao and Palace Master Yao exchanged glances. Since they couldn't persuade her, they could only brace themselves and go. They had spoken so much about Emperor Wu in hopes that Lu Yin wouldn't provoke him. Even if Emperor Wu returned to cause trouble for him, he would just deal with him. Emperor Wu was an old monster from the same era as Genesis, and there was no shame in losing. They had not expected Lu Yin to take the initiative to cause trouble for Emperor Wu Huang. If they had known, they would not have said anything. Facing Wu Huang, Palace Master Yao was terrified. He was one of the few experts who could argue with Yu Xianxian. He glided his pole toward the starry sky. I just remembered something. Is there a gigantic tree in this spiritualized universe? But sounds familiar, right? Where did it go? It's said that it interferes with the formation of the word Ling, so it was moved away. Right, it was moved to the Tianyuan universe. What is the significance of that big tree in the spiritualized universe? I don't know. Lu Yin ate some fruit as he looked into the distance. The myriad beasts border was one of the 7 karmic lands and he wanted to see it more clearly. The myriad beasts border was quite a distance away from the intent domain, and it just so happened that it was on the way to beyond heaven, so it could be considered on the way. No one had expected Lu Yin to go there. Stillwater? Along the way, old Tao kept thinking of ways to stop Lu Yin from going to the myriad beasts border, but he couldn't come up with a suitable excuse. The cultivation model of the spiritualized universe was the same. With the spirit molting as the division, there were 2 branches. One was the human-shaped spirit molting, and the other was the beast-shaped spirit molting. Even though humanoid spirit molting was the mainstream of the spiritualized universe, 90% of the cultivators would still maintain their human form. However, there were also 10% of cultivators who molted as beasts. After countless years, even though only 10% of the cultivators were beast-shaped spirit molting, there were still many beast-shaped spirit molting experts. Due to the uniqueness of the beast-shaped spirit molting species, some beast-shaped spirit molting cultivators had much longer lifespans than ordinary people. No one knew how many beast forms spirit molting experts were hidden in the 10,000 beast border. These hidden old fellows were just like the old fellows in the Door of Arts who were waiting to die. They didn't have the strength to go out and fight, but they could still protect their own territory. If the 10,000 Beasts border went on an expedition to the universe of consciousness, they might not be very powerful. Many of the old fellows might have died before they even reached the universe of consciousness. However, if the universe of consciousness attacked the 10,000 Beasts border, that would be completely different. It would bring a huge surprise to the universe of consciousness. At this moment, Old Tao felt like he was on an expedition to the myriad beasts border. He was courting death. No matter how powerful the third master was, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Even if he could hold on, what about them? He was definitely dead. Along the way, Old Tao had a bitter expression. It was just like when he wanted to kill his way into the intent realm and learn of Qizun's existence. Old Tao. Boss, I'm here. Although Old Tao was depressed, he didn't dare to show it in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked, "Do you know of a guy who uses a throwing knife battle technique?" Old Tao was startled, but his expression did not change. Flying dagger. There are many such weapons in the spiritualized universe. What's so special about them? Lu Yin thought about it. Special, huh? Right, this guy's flying dagger can threaten me, but he doesn't train in the sequence. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin and recalled the battle at the Jade Water Palace. That person who had been killed by Lu Yin had used a flying dagger to ambush Lu Yin. Why was he asking this now? Even if he wanted to ask, he should be asking her. Old Tao thought about it. That sounds familiar. It should be the suppressing hand flying dagger Buya. Buya. Old Tao said respectfully, "This Buya is an assassin of the heaven's hand and is ranked very high. He uses flying daggers to kill people and doesn't train in the sequence. I was ambushed by this person and almost died. Does that mean that the heaven's hand sent someone to kill me?" It's possible. Old Tao was solemn. Lu Yin nodded and did not ask any more questions. What's up ahead? Old Tao said, "Boss, it's an ordinary heavenly city. There are too many such cities in the universe and they are all outside the Spirit Silk Road. They can be said to be all over the universe. Let's go rest." Lu Yin decided. Old Tao was delighted. Yes. The later they went to the myriad beasts border, the better. Soon the sliding pole entered the heavenly city. The people who had been watching Lu Yin also followed him into the heavenly city, and they could finally rest for a while. After entering the city, Lu Yin announced that he would be in seclusion for a few days. He had suffered some injuries during the intent realm battle and needed to rest. Old Tao directly booked a large courtyard in the city, and the rest were scattered around to protect Lu Yin. Many people were secretly discussing how serious Lu Yin's injuries were, but there was no conclusion. None of them dared to enter the intent realm to watch the battle since they were too far away. Lu Yin had not been injured and he did not rest. Instead, he left the courtyard and kept an eye on someone. After leaving the intent realm, the number of people watching him decreased by more than half. Those who dared to watch him either had no choice or had ulterior motives. Lu Yin saw through the karmic threads, and when they collided he realized that one of them was related to Old Tao. That karmic thread involved himself, Old Tao, and Buya. That was strange. During the battle at the Jade Water Palace, Buya had tried to assassinate him, so it was normal to have karmic ties with him. But what did that have to do with Old Tao? Because of this, he had specifically asked Old Tao about Buya. Otherwise, there was no need to ask about a dead person. There were too many people in the spiritualized universe who wanted to kill him. In particular, Sovereign Qi had said that he did not belong to the consciousness universe, so there was only one explanation left: the Tianyuan universe. More and more people in the spiritualized universe knew that he came from the Tianyuan universe, which led to many people wanting to kill him. Xianxia was one of the reasons why Lu Yin had not made it clear. Xianxia had allowed the Dayu Villa to enter the spiritualized universe, which puzzled the various powers, and they were all watching from the sidelines. As long as Xianxia made his stance clear, the Dayu Villa would definitely be attacked. Lu Yin knew that Xianxia would not make it clear, and neither would he. They both tacitly acknowledged each other's existence. As for what would happen to the various powers in the spiritualized universe, Xianxia did not care. Lu Yin had his own goals. He wanted to expand the heavenly Tao of karma to the point where he did not need to compensate for karma or suffer any backlash from karma. However, Xianxia had not made any moves, which made Lu Yin uneasy. It seemed like he had comprehended the heavenly Tao of karma and had turned from passive to active, but the longer this dragged on, the more passive he would become. This was because he did not know Yu Sangtian's plans. He had to think of a way to test Yu Sangtian. Within a heavenly city, Lu Yin found the person whose karmic threads were connected to Old Tao and Buya. He followed the person to a corner of the city and personally saw the person contact someone. Number 4 is currently following the third master. Yes, I'm sure it's number 4. I can't contact him. Number 4 is very close to the third master. Yes, I understand. Soon after, the person finished contacting Lu Yin and was about to leave when he bumped into him. The person fainted before he could even see Lu Yin clearly. Lu Yin did not expect to gain anything from the interrogation, so he directly checked the karmic threads. A single person had too much karma, and Lu Yin needed to check the karmic threads that were connected to him. Eventually, he would be able to trace them back to find more clues. After a while, he sighed and tossed the person into the commander appointment platform. He then disguised himself as the person and headed to the courtyard. Skyhand had a way to contact him and it was extremely secretive. Through the karmic threads, Lu Yin learned how to contact Skyhand, and he used this method to contact Old Tao. Old Tao was watching from outside the courtyard, and when he saw that Skyhand was trying to contact him, he acted as if he did not see it and ignored it. Lu Yin tried a few times but Old Tao did not respond. Only then did he leave. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at the item in his hand that resembled a cloud stone. He originally wanted to contact Skyhand but once he did he would be easily seen through. Since that was the case he looked at Old Tao in the distance. In the courtyard Lu Yin called Old Tao in. Old Tao faced Lu Yin with an extremely respectful expression. "Master, you called for me?" Lu Yin smiled at Old Tao. "I'm injured." Old Tao was sorrowful. "I didn't expect that the intent realm could injure you. It's all because of supremacy Qi and Wu Wei. They're just consciousness life forms that have surrendered. How could they have the guts to attack you? Don't worry, Master. When my strength soars I'll definitely find trouble with Wu Wei and make him kowtow and apologize to you." Lu Yin found it funny. "What I mean is that I'm injured. You can make a move now." Old Tao was confused. "What are you talking about? What move? I don't understand." Lu Yin leaned forward and stared at Old Tao. Number 4. Old Tao's body shook and he looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. "Master, what happened to you? How did I know?" Lu Yin looked at Old Tao in admiration. "To be honest, I'm also surprised that you were able to hide it until now." It wasn't that Lu Yin hadn't used the karmic spiral to pierce through Old Tao, but Old Tao had completely concealed his identity as number 4 of the Heaven's Hand. He hadn't revealed anything, or rather he hadn't thought of it at all. Karma wasn't like a die with 6 pips. Everything could be seen clearly and only some things could be seen. For example, the person with the Heaven's Hand had been watching Lu Yin. Lu Yin was the cause and that person's actions were the effect. But why did this cause occur? There was also karma above. It was Buya's assassination attempt that had come from the Heaven's Hand. It was also the Heaven's Hand that had let that person know that Old Tao was number 4. This chain of karma allowed the karma threads to be seen, collided and overlapped. Only then could Lu Yin see the truth. Without this karma, Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to see all of this even if he had used the karmic spiral to pierce through that person. Old Tao was just like that. He had completely forgotten that he was number 4 of the Heaven's Hand. Even when Lu Yin checked his karma, there was no such thing. This old guy was too good at hiding things. When he thought of this, Lu Yin thought of the person wrapped in the blanket. Why hadn't that person been pierced through by karma? Could it be that that person's existence didn't have any karma? "Master, I definitely didn't have any intentions of plotting against you. Master, you must investigate clearly. I didn't intentionally get close to you. You were the one who forcefully took me away from Torch City. You even gave me the title of Second Master. I've been wronged. I've been wronged." Old Tao wailed, afraid that Lu Yin would slap him to death. Lu Yin rubbed his ears. "Be serious and tell me clearly. Otherwise your life will end here. What's the name of this heavenly city? Forget it, there's no need to remember." Chapter 3477. Lu Yin's words sent a chill down Old Tao's spine. He hurriedly explained, "Your subordinate is indeed Heaven's Hand number 4, but this has nothing to do with the third master. Your subordinate's mission was to wait for the right time to assassinate Xianxia, who knew that the third master would take him away. Your subordinate has no intention of disrespecting the third master, let alone assassinating him. That bastard Buya must have acted on his own. Otherwise, Heaven's Hand would not have provoked the Dayu villa. Heaven's Hand is not stupid. How could someone from the mythological lands? Lu Yin interrupted. Why didn't you contact Heaven's Hand? Old Tao was solemn. Because I'm already a member of the Dayu villa and I'm the second master. Lu Yin stared at him. If that's the case, why didn't you tell me this? Old Tao was helpless. Heaven's Hand's people are not honorable. They either do assassinations or assess the black and white spirit lists. These things are not good in the spiritualized universe, and it would be troublesome if their identities were exposed. I only want to follow Third Master through fire and water for the rest of my life. I don't want to cause trouble for you. Lu Yin believed Old Tao's words. This old fellow had been forced to follow him from the beginning, and he could not have known that Wu Jiang would arrive at Torch City. Furthermore, this fellow had been in Torch City for many years, and Lu Yin had not even been born at that time. Hearing Old Tao profess his loyalty, Lu Yin sized him up. I didn't expect that a random guide would have such an important identity. Heaven's Hand, one of the 7 major powers, is not simple. Old Tao's expression was bitter. If I had a choice, I wouldn't join Heaven's Hand either. I heard that there's an old fellow in Heaven's Hand who is comparable to Xianxia and has been around for a long time. Is that true? Yes, there is an old fellow, but I don't know his exact strength. You can still contact Heaven's Hand. Old Tao did not know what Lu Yin wanted to do, but he thought about the wretched state of the Intent Realm and Lu Yin's plans to go to the Myriad Beasts border. He cautiously reminded him, Boss, Heaven's Hand is different from the Intent Realm and the Myriad Beasts border. It's a very secretive power and will not directly clash with you. Answer my question. Yes, I can. I can contact Heaven's Hand. Contact him and see what Heaven's Hand's hand wants you to do. After all, you're now with me. Old Tao didn't dare to refuse and began trying to contact Heaven's Hand. Lu Yin's hand. Number 4. Tell your men to withdraw. If you keep watching, the Third Master will discover you. How is your situation? Old Tao glanced at Lu Yin and replied in a low voice, I'm fine. What is Dayu Manor's goal? I don't know. I haven't entered the core circle yet. Investigate thoroughly. Heaven's Hand will not treat you unfairly. We can protect you. Old Tao put on a mocking expression for Lu Yin to see. He wanted Lu Yin to know that he didn't believe Skyhan's words. I understand. Is there anything else you want me to do? The Third Master is injured and in seclusion. I only have this one chance to contact you. The other party was silent for a moment as if asking for instructions. After a while he replied, think of a way to get the Third Master to help us eliminate some threats such as Zhen. Old Tao was surprised. Zhen. You know these people. If you do well, the position of Master of Heaven Hand will be yours. Remember, don't let the third head find out. The connection ended. Zhen. Lu Yin looked at Old Tao. Old Tao replied politely, Zhen is an expert who once fought for Xianxia's position. He's a spirit prime. Back then Xianxia's position was vacant. Many experts fought for it. In the end, Bao Qi became Xianxia's successor because of Ding Zhong. If not for Ding Zhong, no one would know who would have taken the position. At that time, Bao Qi Xianxian called those who fought for the position of Xianxian mad dogs. Lu Yin understood. So that was how the term mad dogs came about. In the Mirage domain, a tributary of the River of Time, Bao Qi had said before his death that there would be a bunch of mad dogs fighting for the position of Xianxian. So it was these people. Many of them? Old Tao said, I'm not sure. They're all old monsters who live in seclusion. Even Yu Xianxian doesn't know if they're dead or alive. They only come out when Xianxian's position is vacant. Jin is one of them. Everyone thought that he died in the battle for Xianxian's position with Bao Qi. No one expected him to still be alive. Lu Yin found it strange. Even if he's alive, what does it have to do with Skyhand? Why does Skyhand want to eliminate him? He's not on the dark spirit list. Old Tao said solemnly, because Skyhand wants to compete for Xianxian's position as well. Lu Yin understood. Yuanxi had returned and provoked beyond heaven, which meant that he wanted to rebel. His position as Xianxian would not last for long. As soon as Yu Xianxian came out of seclusion, he would immediately be stripped of his position. At that time, there would be a group of people fighting for the position. Although Skyhand was one of the 7 great powers, it did not have Xianxian. Is Xianxian really that attractive? Lu Yin did not understand. Those who could become Xianxia, even if they were not Xianxia, still had extremely high statuses in the spiritualized universe. Why would they fight for Xianxia's position? Old Tao did not know either. Perhaps Xianxia has other benefits that others don't know about. Lu Yin immediately contacted Wu Jiang and asked about Yuanxi. He had never asked about this before and he had assumed that it was a symbol of status. When the spiritualized universe had invaded the Tianyuan universe, Xianxia had been the leader. Although there had been many other experts, there had not been many of them, so Lu Yin had not thought too much about it. It was normal for experts to hold a higher position. But after coming to the spiritualized universe, he had learned that there were so many experts fighting for Xianxia's position. Bao Qi had even called him a mad dog, which made Lu Yin wonder. Why did they have to become Xianxia? There had to be a reason. Yuanxi quickly recovered. Because only Xianxia can enter the depths of the extreme palace and see the illusory supreme extremity. Although we have never seen it before, the supreme extremity is very likely to be an eternal realm expert. Even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance of meeting such an expert, we are still willing to wait. Only Xianxia can become Yu Xianxia. The current Yu Xianxia was once Xianxia. Especially on the day of the sacrifice spirit. Only Yu Xianxia and the 7 great Xianxia can host the sacrifice spirit. On that day we might be able to see a different scenery. Lu Yin was surprised. Different scenery? Yuanxi replied, I did not see that. The other Xianxia also said that they did not see it, but they would not say whether they saw it or not. Yu Xianxia once said that seeing a different scenery might make Yu Xianxia, and he saw it. Because of this, even if the other Xianxia saw it, they would not admit it to prevent being targeted. Although this is just a rumor and it might be Yu Xianxia's technique, no one wants to give up. Also, Xianxia has the right to mobilize any resources in the spiritualized universe and any power, including the 7 great powers. Becoming Xianxia was not just a matter of status. It was also related to reaching the pinnacle and becoming Yu Xianxia. It was no wonder that so many people were vying for the position of Xianxia. Lu Yin ended his communication with Yuanxi. Where is this Jin? Are you going? Old Tao asked. Lu Yin moved his arm. I want to find the world's experts and Skyhand helped me find them. Why wouldn't I go? But Skyhand is using you, master. That's fine. Only valuable people have the right to be used. Lead the way. Old Tao nodded helplessly. Not long after, Huali set off from the heavenly city and headed in a certain direction. Lu Yin seemed to have forgotten that he was going to the heavens beyond palace to engrave some words, as no one could understand his itinerary. He had clearly said that he was going to recuperate in this heavenly city after being injured, but how long had it been? He had set off again and this time he clearly had a goal. Everyone looked in the direction that Huali had headed. What was in that direction? That's the direction of the Intellicong domain. Is Third Master going to the Intellicong domain? Someone exclaimed. Someone else guessed. It's not impossible. If the domain can't stop Third Master, then the Intellicong domain might not be able to either. That's the Intellicong domain which controls the distribution of the spiritualized universe's resources. Its history is even older than Lord Yu Xianxia's. Hurry up and follow him. If he's really going to the Intellicong domain, I'll wait. Everyone wanted to know more about the Intellicong domain, but no one dared to. The Intellicong domain was the only organization that Yu Xianxia had confirmed could not become Yu Xianxia, so everyone was curious. Third Master was really going to the Intellicong domain, then it would be interesting. Huali continued to travel through the void at a fast speed, and only the spirit progenitors could keep up with him. This speed was much faster than when he had gone to the domain. The various great organizations hurriedly sent people to follow him, including some organizations that had already retreated. Third Master's goal was obvious, and he was definitely going to the Intellicong domain. A few days later, as the direction changed, everyone was confused. Was he not going to the Intellicong domain? The location that Skyhand had given them was getting closer and closer, but there were no 36 domains in this area. There was only a chaotic asteroid belt and there was not even a heavenly city. It was a desolate land. Huali stopped. Toad, go and try. The star toad gritted his teeth. Me again? That can't be. That's true. The star toad blinked. Was he that easy to talk to? Lu Yin looked at Palace Mistress Yao. Go and find Jin. She was shocked. Me? You know him, right? Zhen isn't dead? She was even more shocked. She did not know where they were going, but she had not expected them to be looking for Zhen. She knew Zhen as she had also taken action when Bao Qi had fought for Sang Tian's position. However, she had not been the strongest person below Sang Tian at the time, and there had been a gap between her and Zhen. She had only taken action once from afar, and she had personally seen Zhen deal a blow to Bao Qi. She had thought that Zhen was dead, but he was still alive. Had Bao Qi not sought him out for revenge? Is Zhen here? She asked. Lu Yin took a sip of his drink. Lure him out. There were some things that did not need to be done personally. Otherwise, why would he bring these people along? He still needed to have style and he had to act for the people around him. Palace Mistress Yao frowned and slowly walked out. I'm not Zhen's match right now. She did not wait for Lu Yin's reply and stepped into the asteroid belt. Those who had been staring at Lu Yin were at a loss, not knowing what he was doing. What could be in this desolate land? Palace Mistress Yao stepped into the asteroid belt, her body surrounded by jade water that transformed into swords that slashed out. Invincible jade water. The asteroid belt shattered and invincible jade water seemed to turn this place into a second jade water palace. Chapter 3478. Suddenly the flames boiled and evaporated the water. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze turned cold as she raised her hand. The sword of jade water? Your Palace Mistress Yao? A shocked voice rang out as the flames burned the sky and distorted the starry sky. A figure walked out, bringing with it a boundless pressure that swept across the starry sky. Everyone who was staring at the figure felt stifled. That's Zhen. What? That old monster Zhen? The one who fought with Bao Qi's Sang Tian? He's still alive. He's actually still alive. No one had expected Zhen to still be alive. Back then he had attacked Bao Qi, causing him to almost lose his chance to become Sang Tian. During that battle he had been buried by Bao Qi's sound sequence. Everyone had thought that he was dead, but he was still alive. The water around Palace Mistress Yao continued to press down, trying to suppress the flames. Palace Mistress Yao, how did you know I was here? And why did you attack me? Zhen's tone was low as flames burned around him like a red continent. The pressure forced Palace Mistress Yao to back away. She was known as the #1 person under Sang Tian, but that was only if those old monsters did not appear. Many people had fought for Sang Tian's position, but not many had left a deep impression on her. Fighting for Sang Tian's position did not mean that one was close to it. Some people fought for Sang Tian's position just for show, such as Death with 3 heads or the powerhouse from the Myriad Beast territory with no Emperor Radiance. Since he had no Emperor Radiance, he had placed himself below the Emperor Radiance. Openly fighting for Sang Tian's position was just to increase the Myriad Beast territory's status in the spiritualized universe. However, some people were truly fighting for Sang Tian's position. The list that Skyhand had given them was the same. Bao Qi had called these people mad dogs. Zhen was one of them. He was a loner who had cultivated 16 levels of blazing glory. It was difficult to find a match for him in the universe. Not to mention the current Palace Mistress Yao, whose spiritualized weapon was suppressed in Beyond Heaven. Even at her peak, Palace Mistress Yao might not be able to defeat Zhen. Her face paled as her sequence particles spread out. This was an absolute reversal sequence technique that could overturn any battle. However, Zhen did not give her a chance. Her sequence particles were blocked by 8 shadows. The 8 doors sealing 8 hands? Palace Mistress Yao's eyes narrowed. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It's this technique again. During his battle with Meng Sang in the tributary of the River of Time, he had witnessed the Gate of 8 Directions being sealed by the foundation of the Echelon, the 8 tribes. Since ancient times, it had been formed by 51 powerhouses who had cultivated the gate sealing 8 hands sequence. It could seal off all sequence laws. At that time, Lu Yin had tried to use the starry sky in his heart to repel her, but it had been useless. He had still been sealed and Meng Sang had been able to escape. However, Meng Sang also lost the Octatic Spectral Squad. Now, the foundation of the sequence of the 8 was also a karma that needed to be filled. Blocked by the 8 hands, Palace Master Yao was unable to execute her sequence art. Zhen appeared before her eyes, and a blazing brilliance appeared between her palms. I don't care why you attacked me or how you found me. Die. As his palm fell, the void was obliterated. He did not care about the beauty of Palace Master Yao at all. Palace Master Yao watched as Zhen's palm fell. At the same time she raised her palm and blue water gathered. Bang! When their palms collided, Zhen was surprised. How could Yi Futian block his palm? Palace Master Yao panted heavily. If Bai Shui had not been suppressed in Sky Beyond Sky, she would not have been so passive. Her sequence weapon, Bai Shui, could strengthen the surrounding blue water and prevent it from being easily evaporated by flames. It was hard to say who would win if she fought Zhen. She was no match for him now, but if Zhen wanted to kill her, she would not die as long as she wanted to escape. However, her mission was over. Beside her, Lu Yin walked out and faced Zhen. Are you one of the mad dogs who fought with Bao Qi for the position of Xianxia? Zhen's gaze fell on Lu Yin, and his eyes flashed as he felt a sense of danger. He had cultivated for many years and experienced many life and death situations. Regardless of whether it was within the spiritualized universe or the consciousness universe, he had fought countless times. He was very sensitive to danger. The moment this person appeared, he felt a sense of danger. His thoughts raced. How had his location been exposed? This person had obviously come to find him. Palace Master Yao had also acted under this person's orders. Who are you? Zhen asked. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. You don't need to know who I am. Consider yourself unlucky. Go to hell. He could find powerhouses to increase the way of karma and weaken the number of powerhouses in the spiritualized universe. Why not? Zhen's gaze turned cold and he turned to leave. He had no intention of fighting. His goal was to fight for the position of Xianxia, and he would do anything to achieve it. However, he did not want to be targeted by others. Now was not the time to fight for the position of Xianxia. Lu Yin took a step forward and everything around him froze in time. Zhen's gaze followed Lu Yin's movements. Although he did not use the power of time, he could see through other people's usage of it. He was a spiritual prime powerhouse. Flames burned the sky as they pressed down, forming 16 layers of blazing glory. Above Lu Yin's head, 16 red continents pressed down, and each layer of flames grew stronger. This was Zhen's famous technique, and it was rumored that he had used this technique to defeat Bao Qi. As the flames pressed down, Lu Yin raised a hand, and all 16 layers of blazing glory vanished into his palm. Zhen's eyes narrowed. How could this be? In the distance, Palace Master Yao was shocked. She had just experienced the might of Zhen's blazing glory and knew how powerful it was. She was not surprised that Lu Yin could defeat Zhen, but how had he done it? It was impossible to control all 16 layers of blazing glory unless this person had also cultivated all 16 layers of blazing glory. In the distance, everyone was shocked. I'll return this to you. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, condensing 16 layers of blazing glory in his palm. It was as if he was holding a sun in his hand. This was a technique created by progenitor Qin, and it could be used to attack both oneself and the enemy. Even if he was trapped in the landscape painting, he could use the boundless horizon sequence particles to attack, and not even the primordial origin could trap him. Even the one true God had marveled at this technique. Zhen was struck by the palm, and a palm print landed on his shoulder, causing it to protrude and leave a bloody scar. He spat out blood as he retreated, and the sequence particles spread out as the 8 hands of sealing door spread. 8 shadows appeared to seal off Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart released a starry sky that repelled the sequence particles. He could not repel the 8 sequence particles because there were too many of them. After all, they were the foundation of the sequence. However, this person's 8 hands of sealing door was far inferior to the 8. It was just a sequence technique. The 8 hands of sealing door was immediately repelled. Zhen had not expected the 8 hands to deal with Lu Yin. He had only wanted to buy time to escape. However, he had not expected that it would be completely useless. The starry sky in Lu Yin's heart repelled the sequence particles too quickly, to the point that it was abnormal. Even in his wildest dreams, Zhen had not expected Lu Yin to absorb the 8 sequence particles. Although he could not use them due to the backlash from karma, the familiar sequence particles could be absorbed quickly and repelled even faster. Just as Zhen pulled away, Lu Yin caught up and grabbed at him. Everyone who saw this felt their mouths go dry. This kind of attack was only possible when the gap between the two sides was too great. It was like an adult bullying a child and one could grab him with one hand. Zhen turned around. Who are you? Where did this old monster come from? He felt a suffocating pressure as he retreated, but his speed could not match Lu Yin's. He watched as Lu Yin's hand reached out. It was just like how he had wanted to kill Palace Mistress Yao. Zhen gritted his teeth, and an incomparably deep light appeared in his palm as he struck out at Lu Yin. The two palms collided. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as his palm melted, and a heart-wrenching pain shot through his body. The stream of light shuttled back and forth for a second. Zhen was shocked. It was the power of time again. This person. Before he could react, his consciousness whizzed past, and Zhen felt his brain explode before he lost consciousness. Lu Yin watched as Zhen fell to the ground, raised his hand and looked at his palm. His own palm had actually melted, and he knew how strong Zhen's physical strength was. Especially when he was in danger, he could use battle force at the palm realm, but even so he could not block it. His gaze landed on Zhen's palm, and the deep darkness attracted his attention. Was this it? Was this a spiritual weapon? Palace Mistress Yao walked over. That's Mu Blazing Glory. Zhen used the 16th layer of Blazing Glory as a cover to attack Bao Qi, leaving a permanent mark on his body that cannot be recovered. Mu Blazing Glory? It's really powerful. Lu Yin sighed in admiration as he grabbed at the Mu Blazing Glory. In the distance, the crowd was bitter. Zhen had been defeated. Zhen, who had once competed for the position of Xianxia and had even attacked Bao Qi's Xianxia, had been defeated so miserably. They had been separated by a great distance and could not see the battle clearly, but time had passed quickly. The third master had won by a landslide. This was the power of Xianxia. Within the asteroid belt, Lu Yin touched the Mu Blazing Glory. Without Zhen's support, the Mu Blazing Glory was not as hot, but he could still feel the burning pain. This was good stuff. Lu Yin wondered if he could use his dye to upgrade it. Even if he could not, this thing could still be used at a critical moment. After all, if even his own physical strength could not withstand it, Lu Yin could not imagine who could. As expected of the mad dog that had competed with Bao Qi for the position of Xianxia, Lu Yin pushed Zhen into the judgment platform hell, and he looked forward to seeing how much his karmic Dao had increased. Who's next? Old Tao rushed over and respectfully said, "Carefree old man." Palace Mistress Yao frowned. He's still alive. How did you know? Old Tao smiled bitterly. I didn't expect the carefree old man to still be alive. Just like Zhen, he fought for the position of Xianxia. However, he didn't fight against Bao Qi. It was Meng Xianxia who fought for the position of Xianxia. That's quite ancient, Lu Yin said. Palace Mistress Yao's tone was gloomy. Carefree old man is almost from the same era as Origin Xianxia and Wuhuang Xianxia. He reached the spiritual prime realm long ago, but he has yet to undergo bitter adversity. I don't know why. When Meng Xianxia competed for the position of Xianxia, he did make a move, but it was only once. He did not seem determined to win. When Bao Qi competed for the position of Xianxia, he did not show up at all. Everyone thought that he was dead. Carefree Valley has already changed a few valley masters and it's completely weakened. Then let's go. Lu Yin decided. Soon they were heading towards Carefree Valley. Carefree Valley was located in one of the 36 filaments, the Open Zone. The Open Zone was currently ruled by the Gate of Revelation, and it was located below the word Ling. Among the 36 filaments, its strength was below average and it was even weaker than the Great Ming Domain. Chapter 3479. The Enlightenment Gate did not have a specific gate master. Instead, the three venerables of Revelation were in charge. The three of them decided everything in the open region. This situation was relatively rare, but it was not unheard of. The three of them were all sequence law powerhouses and cultivated the same sequence technique. Stop at a certain point. Lu Yin was curious about this point. Stopping at a certain point is ranked 25th among the 88 sequence techniques. It's not a low ranking, but very few people cultivate it because it requires a kind of belief. The universe is a living creature. Lu Yin was surprised. The universe is a living creature? Old Tao nodded. That's right. This is the prerequisite for cultivating the sequence technique. Only by believing that the universe is a living creature can one cultivate it. Stopping at a certain point is to use sequence particles to tap the acupoints of the starry sky. All living creatures have acupoints. Once tapped, they will not be able to move, and the starry sky is the same. For those who firmly believe that the starry sky is a living creature, sequence particles can tap its acupoints. This is because the sequence law originates from the starry sky and is similar to the blood of the human body. Once an acupoint is tapped, the starry sky within an area will not be able to move. In theory, if one cultivates stopping at a certain point, time, space, and everything can be tapped and immobilized. Lu Yin praised, "There's such a sequence technique? Interesting. Who created it?" Old Tao shook his head. "I don't know. Some of the 88 sequence techniques have origins while others don't. No one has traced them back. The Enlightenment Gate specializes in cultivating stopping at a certain point. All the disciples inside firmly believe that the universe is a living creature. The three venerables of Revelation have all cultivated stopping at a certain point. With the three of them working together, no one dares to covet the open region." As he spoke, he slid his pole towards the open region. Many people became more and more confused. Lu Yin's direction had deviated again. He was getting further and further away from beyond heaven, but closer and closer to the border. Was he trying to escape? There were all sorts of guesses. At this moment, ancient battleships were closing in on the area between Flame Torch City and the spiritualized universe. They came from the consciousness universe and were heading towards the spiritualized universe after a short rest in Torch City. They were all cultivators who had returned from the battle in the consciousness universe. Among them were ancient powerhouses and elite geniuses. Fortunately, Lord Yu Xianxia stopped the expedition to the Tianyuan cosmos several decades ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to go. A young man had a jade-like complexion. His body was enveloped in light as his arrogance soared into the clouds. There was also a beautiful woman beside him. She smiled and said, "That's right. We're lucky. After the day of the sacrifice, we'll definitely go on another expedition to the Tianyuan universe. We'll show those little guys from the spiritualized universe that we're not old. Competing with them is just a game. I wonder how many elite geniuses have appeared in my hometown over the years. I'm really looking forward to it. Brother, be gentle. Don't scare those little guys." No, I know what I'm doing." He's finally back. On the day of the sacrifice, Sang Tian will be present. Will Xia still be in Torch City? Xianxia has paved the way for him, but we will not give up. Xia might not be able to suppress us one-on-one. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with Xia when we met in Torch City, but I can't put my finger on it. I have the same feeling. Sister, are we still going to send this batch of consciousness life forms to the intent realm? Of course not. How is it possible for the intent realm to control all consciousness life forms? It's not easy to defeat the consciousness universe. We don't know which of the 13 celestial phenomena are dead and which are still alive. I'm looking forward to the trip to the Tianyuan universe. Don't underestimate the Tianyuan universe. I saw the words left behind by the ancestor in the family's ancient books. The reason why we invaded the consciousness universe and sent Yuanshi Sang Tian to the Tianyuan universe wasn't because we didn't care about the Tianyuan universe. On the contrary, the layout of the Tianyuan universe was more important. The ancestor mentioned a term, future scale. Future scale. That's right. Among the three universes, the Tianyuan universe's future scale is the highest. It's also the most feared by our spiritualized universe. Once the Tianyuan universe rises, it will be troublesome. Therefore, Yuanshi Sang Tian was sent to weaken the Tianyuan universe's future scale and suppress it. We'll wait until we defeat the consciousness universe or have the confidence to start a war at the same time. What does Lord Yu Sang Tian mean by stopping an expedition to the Tianyuan universe? Either there's no need for the expedition or it's meaningless. Sigh, my head hurts. Let's not think about it. Sister, you haven't thought about your marriage? Your body is different from the others. Who in the universe can marry me? So what if my body burns up? The person who can marry me is either an invincible tyrant or has a domineering aura. The state of enlightenment was a unique place. In the eyes of others, those who lived in the state of enlightenment were all mentally challenged, including ordinary people. The gate of enlightenment occupied the state of enlightenment and firmly believed that the universe was a living creature. Any outsider who entered the state of enlightenment and conversed with the cultivators of the state of enlightenment had to pay attention to this point. If anyone questioned this point, they would be surrounded by all the people of the state of enlightenment. It was a debate. There was no fighting or scolding. It was just a simple debate. Until now, countless cultivators in the state of enlightenment had been surrounded and experienced a nightmarish debate. It was impossible for outsiders to win a debate because they were facing the entire state of enlightenment. This had led to the birth of a unique occupation in the state of enlightenment: the debater. The debater didn't need to have a strong cultivation base. They only needed to be eloquent. The more eloquent one was, the more powerful the debater would be. The debater had an extremely high status in the state of enlightenment. They specialized in a war of words with others. Due to the high status of the debaters, they didn't lack resources. As a result, almost every debater was a powerful cultivator, creating the illusion that the cultivators of the open realm were all eloquent and eloquent. Although they were eloquent, outsiders secretly said that these people had nothing better to do. This was a phenomenon. There was another phenomenon in the state of enlightenment that existed in the Forgotten Worries Valley. Forgotten Worries Valley was a place where one could forget their worries and troubles. The people living there were very happy. Outsiders couldn't even find a reason to cause trouble there. The people there were very friendly to outsiders. They were so friendly that they would smile back at you if you hit them. Their smiles would make you feel embarrassed. If one went to the state of enlightenment and entered that kind of atmosphere, they might be surrounded and debated. They might even run into people from the Forgotten Worries Valley, who wouldn't retaliate at all. As a result, outsiders had the impression that the state of enlightenment was sick and that everyone in the state of enlightenment was mentally challenged. Fortunately, there weren't any unique resources in the state of enlightenment that attracted outsiders, so they didn't go there often. On this day, Huali arrived at the state of enlightenment and entered. Those who had been watching Lu Yin's group felt strange, as they didn't understand why the third master was going to the state of enlightenment. Along the way, old Tao had already told Lu Yin about the state of enlightenment. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to go to the Forgotten Worries Valley. Instead, he went to the Gate of Revelation. "Boss, why are you going to the Gate of Revelation?" Old Tao was curious. Lu Yin grinned. "To have a quarrel." Old Tao was confused. Huali flew over the state of enlightenment and slowed down considerably. Those who had been watching Lu Yin's group also entered the state of enlightenment and warned each other. "Be careful what you say. There's something wrong with the people of the state of enlightenment. Just keep an eye on the third master and don't cause trouble." "I don't need you to remind me. Who doesn't know about the state of enlightenment? Warn those juniors." "I'm sorry, senior. I don't know about the state of enlightenment." "Then get lost and don't come in." Master told me to follow the third master." "We told you to get lost." I don't know about the state of enlightenment either. Can you tell me more?" Xianxia asked carefully. Several cultivators around him glared at him, but when they saw that it was Xianxia, they were afraid and didn't dare to scold him. After all, he was from the Gate of Techniques. Helpless, they could only warn him. The people of the state of enlightenment believe that the universe is a living creature. Just don't argue with them on this point. Xianxia blinked. The universe is a living creature? Impossible. The people around him hurriedly warned him, "Lower your voice. Don't worry about whether it's possible or not. Just don't argue with them." "How can this be? How can we let these people be deceived? The universe is a living environment. How can it be a living creature? Cultivators like us not only need to be wise, but we also need to teach others, especially those ordinary people. They haven't even embarked on the path of cultivation and are already very pitiful. How can we let them be deceived?" Xianxia said seriously, his entire person becoming exceptionally solemn. The people around him were speechless. "Don't worry about this. What does it have to do with you?" Xianxia clenched his fists. "I just can't stand these deceptions." "Fine, then go tell them yourself. Stay away from us." "Do you believe that the universe is a living creature? What does it have to do with me?" "I'm just telling you." "I'm just asking if you believe it." "Of course not." "Good, that's right. Are you crazy?" The person was furious and turned around. A stranger suddenly appeared and stared at him. "Sir, you don't believe that the universe is a living creature? And who are you?" "I'm the Realm of Revelation debater. Please enlighten me." As soon as he finished speaking, more and more cultivators appeared and surrounded the people who were staring at Lu Yin. "May I ask if you believe that the universe is a living creature? May I ask if Sir believes that the universe is a living creature? May I ask if Sir believes?" Everyone was stunned. They were surrounded just like that. It was all that Gate of Technique's fault. Zhou Xian walked out. I don't believe it. None of us do. The debater smiled. Then let's debate it. Bring it on. Zhou Xian shouted. Everyone was stunned. This guy was a bit stubborn. He doesn't believe it, but we do. The others hurriedly said, we believe it, we believe it. Let us go. It wasn't that they couldn't fight their way out, but this was the realm of revelation after all. They might not be able to win if they really fought here. The debater looked at everyone seriously. Tell me why you believe it. Everyone was speechless. This debater was also very stubborn. They were caught by a group of people with mental problems. On the other side, Lu Yin looked back. What was going on? He hadn't even started arguing, but the other side had already started. The atmosphere was very lively. Kai Keqing gave a rare smile. Chapter 3480. Seeing this scene, old Tao was speechless. This is the apocalypse, and the debaters exist in every corner of the apocalypse. Their cultivation might not be high, but their ears are definitely sensitive. Furthermore, the debaters are recognized by the door of revelation, and anyone who attacks them will be hunted down. That's just words, not actions, Lu Yin said. Old Tao nodded. That's the apocalypse's specialty. Boss, we're almost at the door of revelation. As they spoke, a rather strange building appeared in the distance. This building's style was different from the ones they had seen in the spiritualized universe, but it had some technological flair. The entire building was triangular and arranged horizontally. It looked rather old-fashioned, but it also had a special rhythm to it. Who are you? Stop at the door of revelation. Old Tao stepped forward. The third master of the Daoist villa is here. The door of revelation shook as they had not expected the third master to actually come here. No matter how special the apocalypse was, it was still a domain that existed in the spiritualized universe, so it understood what was happening in the outside world. This third master was not someone to be trifled with, as he had dealt with experts that even the apocalypse felt were unreachable. Why would such a person come to the door of revelation? Fortunately, they were polite and did not force their way in, which meant that nothing would happen. Inside the door of revelation, 3 elders opened their eyes at the same time. They each sat on a triangular chair, stood up and walked out. They stepped into the air and arrived in front of Lu Yin, politely saying, "The third venerable of the door of revelation greets the third master." Lu Yin smiled. The universe is not a living creature. The third venerable was stunned. There were many debaters in the door of revelation, and they immediately rose into the air to debate Lu Yin's words. This was their instinct, but it was suppressed by the door of revelation. The third venerable looked at each other and gestured for Lu Yin to enter. It seems like the third master has his own opinion. Then please enter. We are willing to discuss it in detail with you. Lu Yin had old Tao and the others wait outside while he entered the door of revelation alone. Old Tao could not understand what Lu Yin was doing, so he could only wait outside. The door of revelation only had the third venerable who were at the level of the law sequence, and even if they worked together they could not give Lu Yin any pressure. Soon Lu Yin was brought back to where he had been. "Third master, please do as you please. This is our meditation land." Among the 3 venerables, the one who was obviously the oldest said politely. Lu Yin replied, "There's no need for that. I've just offended you and I'm just here to divert attention." What the third leader said just now is not an offense to our revelation gate, but an insult. Among the 3 venerables, the old man on the left spoke. Lu Yin stopped and looked at him. "You should know that I don't mind offending people." The oldest old man in the middle smiled. "Of course we understand, but the order of revelation is not a place where we fear death. We are willing to sacrifice our lives to save the order of revelation's face." Lu Yin laughed. Just because of one sentence. He used the gate of revelation as an excuse to go to the Forgotten Sorrow Valley to find the Forgotten Sorrow. Old man Old Tao's words gave him an understanding of the Carefree Elder. If he were to attack Carefree Valley directly, the old man would likely flee. After all, the outside world believed that he was dead. Lu Yin could only find a pretense. As long as he could enter the Carefree Valley, he could ensure that the carefree old man would not be able to escape. The old man on the right side. The revelation gate has always offended people, and the outside world is like this. We are also clear about how they evaluate our enlightenment gate. We don't care about the way they look at us or the discussions behind our backs. We are all trying to maintain this perception. It's faith, Lu Yin retorted. The old man shook his head. It's not faith, it's recognition. The old man in the middle said solemnly, the universe is a living creature. This is our understanding. As for whether this living creature is good or bad and what attitude we should have towards it, that is another matter. That is faith, and we, the School of Revelation, only want to protect this understanding and tell the entire universe that this understanding is correct. Stillwater? Peak, is that necessary? Luin asked. The elder on the left said, there is a need. There are many things that need to be done first. There has to be someone walking on a path that is not understood by others. Only then can this path be continued. The path that you're walking is the correct one. No matter how rugged the path is, I don't think that the path that you're on is the correct one, Luin said. The elder in the middle smiled and said, then why did the sequence method succeed? You'll have to ask the person who created this sequence. It has nothing to do with me. The third master has been cultivating for so long. Have you never had any doubts about this universe? The birth of humans, the things they experience, the good and evil thoughts they produce, and the history is always surprisingly similar. What does this have to do with living creatures? Third leader, have you ever thought that there are also invisible creatures living in our bodies? These creatures live in our bodies and they have their own way of living. In fact, they might even have their own way of cultivation. Our body's temperature and living habits will ultimately affect those creatures. To those creatures, these might be the signs of the stars and we are their universe. Luin put his hands behind his back. I don't deny your view because I haven't seen through this universe. I'll come back and debate with you when I reach the eternal realm. Humans, from the moment they were born, some invisible creatures have already taken over them. Then when they die, this experience is like the destruction of the universe to them. Can we understand it this way? Can they take over another person's body through cultivation? The death of the previous person represents the destruction of the universe they know. If the current person dies, it represents the destruction of the universe they know. If the current person dies, it also represents the destruction of the universe. Isn't a similar history more similar to a person's birth to death? And to them, the death of a human body is no different from the destruction of a parallel universe that we have seen. To them, it's just a repeated experience. It's just a circle. Luin was about to leave when he heard this sentence. He suddenly turned back and looked at the old man in the middle. His eyes flickered. The universe is a circle? The old man in the middle looked at Luin. The universe is a living creature. Luin and the old man looked at each other. The atmosphere froze and there was silence. After looking at each other for a while, Luin nodded. I respect your understanding. Not refuting it doesn't mean that I agree. At the same time, I apologize for insulting your understanding just now. The old man on the left looked relieved. The old man in the middle slowly bowed. The third master's cultivation is unparalleled. If you want, you can easily destroy the revelation gate. Such a person respects our understanding. The three of us thank the third master on behalf of the revelation gate. Luin looked at them. It was me who offended you first. The old man on the right suddenly bowed again. This old man has a request. I don't know if the third master can agree. The old man in the middle yelled, don't talk nonsense. This matter will be solved by the revelation gate. It has nothing to do with the third master. The old man in the middle was not pretending. He really didn't want to ask Luin to help. Luin could see this. He was curious. What is it? The old man on the right looked sad. There is an abyss in the revelation gate. The other two old men trembled and bowed their heads silently. Third master, do you know about the Forgotten Sorrow Valley? Luin nodded and walked to the triangular chair to sit down. He was not in a hurry to leave. Was it related to the Forgotten Sorrow Valley? The old man on the right said in a low voice. The people in the Forgotten Sorrow Valley have no worries and are open-minded. The third master may have heard of this before. In fact, these people are not willing. Their nature has been taken away. Luin was puzzled. What do you mean? The old man in the middle sighed. A person has a personality no matter what, but the people in the Forgotten Sorrow Valley don't. Even if you beat them or scold them, they will let it go. It's not that they are open-minded and have no worries. It's just that their nature has been taken away. They don't have emotions like anger, anxiety, happiness, and sadness. Instead of saying that they are people, it's better to say that they are empty shells with the appearance of humans. How can they be human if they have lost their nature? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Corpse King? He thought of the everlasting race. Continue. The old man on the right said, the person who took away their nature is the Forgotten Sorrow Valley. From the outside, the Forgotten Sorrow Valley looks very ordinary. The Revelation Gate is the master of the Revelation Gate, but in fact, the hidden abyss in the Revelation Gate is the Forgotten Sorrow Valley. There is an extremely powerful old monster in the Forgotten Sorrow Valley. We once wanted to attack the Forgotten Sorrow Valley, but a fatal crisis occurred before we could do anything. We know that this request will make things difficult for the Third Master, but the Third Master has challenged all the experts in the world before, which gave us confidence. Otherwise, we would not have implicated the Third Master. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How long has this been going on? Are those who have lost their nature different from ordinary people in terms of appearance or body structure? There is no difference. Other than losing their nature, they are no different from ordinary people. Lu Yin nodded. It seemed that it was not the Corpse King. That made sense. The only true God cooperated with the spiritualized universe, but the spiritualized universe was still ruled by humans and would not allow the existence of the Corpse King. Was their nature taken away? It should be the carefree old man. Actually, if it was just their nature being taken away, although it would be very cruel to those people, they would still be alive and would not make things difficult for us. After a pause, the elder in the middle said solemnly, the main thing is that those people did not just have their nature taken away. The emotions and memories that once existed in their bodies have all been messed up. The son killed his father, the husband killed his wife, and the face that was stained with blood still had a smile on it. The people who died still had a smile on their faces. What a strange scene this is. They can bathe in blood and drink freely in a mountain of corpses. They have lost their loved ones, and those loved ones were even killed by them. They have lost all the morals that humans know. This is not something that a single person can bear. If they wake up, what kind of sorrowful past would they have to bear? It would be enough to drive them crazy. As the third venerable spoke, Lu Yin's expression gradually darkened. In the world of cultivation, death was very common, but this kind of thing should not happen. To many people, death was not the most frightening thing, and waiting for death was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was to personally end one's loved ones, the people closest to them, and still have to live on to bear this sin. This was the most frightening thing. Chapter 3481. As he listened to their narration, Lu Yin recalled the scene that he had seen in the Book of Destiny. He had personally massacred the Above Heaven sect, killing the people closest to him. At that moment, his heart had been in so much pain that it had been difficult for him to breathe. Just thinking about it was enough to suffocate him, but the people of Forgotten Sorrow Valley had endured it. The three venerables knelt down and said, if Third Head is willing, please help the open realm fill this abyss. We are willing to go through water and tread on fire for Third Head. Lu Yin did not respond. The three looked up, but Lu Yin had already disappeared. They looked at each other, not knowing if Lu Yin would help them, but they had no other choice. The spiritualized universe indeed had a unified cultivation model. The heavens beyond heaven ruled over everything, but the 36 domains were still separated from each other. Even if they reported this matter to the heavens beyond heaven, the heavens beyond heaven would not care, nor would they have the energy to help them. The 36 domains had to deal with their own affairs. If Lu Yin didn't help them, then they would have no other choice. The murderous aura in Forget Worries Valley made it impossible for them to resist. The Gate of Revelation was not afraid of death, but they could not die for nothing. On the other side, Lu Yin had left the Revelation door without anyone noticing that he had gone to Forgotten Worries Valley. He had to take a look at what the Third Lord said. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the carefree old man had to be dealt with. Spiritualized universe experts could increase the heavenly Tao of karma. If they were kind, they would be released when they returned to the Tianyuan universe. If they were evil, they would be dealt with. No matter what, it would reduce the number of elites in the spiritualized universe, so why not? In fact, he had a deeper thought, the starry sky in his heart. If he had really created a starry sky, why couldn't these people live in the starry sky he had created? If a human created the starry sky, then was the starry sky he was in now created by someone else? The Gate of Revelation said that the universe was a living creature. He did not agree, but he did agree that this universe was definitely not what they were currently seeing. What they were seeing might still be the surface. Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Peach. Just like the Pawn civilization in the starry sky tree, They were not necessarily not in the same pond civilization. With that in mind, he arrived at Forgotten Worries Valley. The people here were indeed very happy, and they all had smiles on their faces when they saw Lu Yin. However, when Lu Yin scanned the area with his domain, he saw that the dark corners were filled with bloodstains. Within the closed courtyards and houses, there was a terrifying scene that made his hair stand on end. Just as Third Reverend had said, those innocent smiles were stained with blood. This scene reminded Lu Yin of the first time he had visited the Eternal Kingdom. It was impossible for the Corpse King to coexist with humans, but if the Corpse King wanted to coexist with these people who had been stripped of their nature, it would be very simple. It would be as simple as the same kind of creature. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the entire open realm shook. Old Tao and the others suddenly looked into the distance. What was this? Inside the Revelation Gate, the three supreme experts walked out. They gazed into the distance in the direction of Forgotten Sorrow Valley. They were excited. The third boss had taken action. Further away, Xianxia was still debating with the debaters. They were all surrounded and could not escape. Those people wanted Xianxia to quickly admit that the universe was a living creature, but they underestimated Xianxia's persistence. That persistence was shining. In contrast, the debaters' bodies were also shining, and their gazes were so persistent that no one dared to look them in the eye. Don't even think about leaving. Don't even think about leaving. No matter what happened in the outside world, there had to be a winner and a loser in this debate. In Forgotten Sorrow Valley, the ground cracked as Lu Yin's foot stomped down. One cultivator after another rushed out wanting to attack Lu Yin. These people had not been stripped of their nature. However, with a wave of Lu Yin's hand, they were all sent flying. In the depths of Forgotten Sorrow Valley, the old man opened his eyes and looked up. What a young fellow, but he gave off a sense of danger. He did not hesitate to tear through the void and leave. Now was not the time to reveal himself. No matter why this person had attacked Forgotten Sorrow Valley, the old man did not care if it was destroyed. However, in the next instant the void distorted and he could not leave. The old man looked up again, and at this moment, Lu Yin's gaze also fell. Forgotten Sorrow Elder? The old man's gaze turned cold. Was this person actually looking for him? No one should have known that he was still alive. Who are you? If this old man has offended you, then I apologize. Lu Yin stepped out again. Get out here and talk. Terrifying power obliterated the earth and rushed towards the old man like a dragon. The old man's expression changed as the suffocating pressure caused the space around him to tremble. What terrifying power! He pushed through the void in an attempt to resist this power, but soon after the power rippled and continued to spread. The old man suddenly thought of someone, Xian. Xian was Yu Sangtian's disciple, and he had single-handedly destroyed the 100 Herbs realm. The old man had seen this person before, and he was an absolute powerhouse of the sequence laws. He was second on the White Soul list and specialized in strength. The ripples caused by this power were not easy to deal with. Both this person and Xian specialized in strength. The old man walked out of the ground and avoided the ripples, facing Lu Yin with a single palm. I don't care who you are, but I have never offended you. This battle is not what I wanted. He then struck out with a palm. Lu Yin was surprised. The art of forgetfulness. No, it was very similar but different. This was a battle technique that could cause one's mind to go blank, just like the art of forgetfulness. However, it was much more powerful. Lu Yin waved his hand at the same time. This was Setting Sun sharing Afterglow. The two battle techniques clashed in the Forgotten Valley. This was a power that ordinary people could not comprehend. One wanted to make people forget their past, while the other wanted to burn their opponent's martial arts. Both were unfathomable. This was a battle of wills. The old man had not expected Lu Yin to have comprehended a battle technique at such a young age. Killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes. This person was so young and his wills could not compare to his own. He should be able to defeat him. Lu Yin's setting sun had been comprehended from Wu Tian's firmament. His wills were both his and Wu Tian's wills. The three realms' 6 Daoists were the disciples of the Tianyuan universe's progenitor. The only reason they had not broken through to the primordial realm was because they had been suppressed by the progenitor. Otherwise, the three realms' 6 Daoists would have broken through to the primordial realm long ago, or even reached the level of transcending misery. In terms of wills, Lu Yin was not inferior to the old man's. However, he was unable to defeat the old man. The two wills clashed. The old man had not expected a draw in a battle technique. This person constantly gave him a sense of danger, one that surpassed even the battle with Dream for Sang Tian's position. He could not fight to the death. Now was not the time. The old man's white hair fluttered in the wind, extending endlessly to cover the sky. This was clearly some sort of battle technique. Lu Yin tapped out with his Dao of Tianyi. The white hair that covered the sky could not trap the Dao of Tianyi. Chu Yi's uni-word incarnation could see through the old man's weakness. In terms of cultivation, Chu Yi was on par with the old man, but in terms of experience, the old man could not compare to Chu Yi. If the 3 realms and 6 Daos had not been suppressed by the primogenitor, they could have all reached the level of passing bitter adversity. The spiritualized universe had unified the cultivation system for countless years, and many powerhouses had reached passing bitter adversity. The Tianyuan universe had been schemed against by the spiritualized universe from the very beginning, but even so, the 3 realms and 6 Daos could still reach passing bitter adversity. They had only been unable to do so because of the primogenitor. If they wanted to, they could break through to the primordial realm at any time and reach passing bitter adversity. This was something that the spiritualized universe's powerhouses could not compare to. Ignoring their current strength, the only ones in the spiritualized universe who could truly compare to the 3 realms and 6 Daos were Yuanqi, Huang Wuhuang, and the older generation Sang Tian. A majestic power constellation flowed and gathered at the tip of Lu Yin's finger as he pointed at the old man. Sequence particles appeared in front of the old man, causing the power of Lu Yin's finger to disappear. Lu Yin raised a brow. What's this? The old man was afraid and kept retreating. You've attacked me several times and I've tolerated it. I hope that you'll take care of yourself and clear up any misunderstandings. If it's my fault, I'll give you a satisfactory explanation. You can't afford it. Lu Yin took a step forward and paralleled time. The old man was shocked. The power of time? The old man did not hesitate to surround himself with sequence particles, but they instantly dissipated. The laws could not get close to him. Lu Yin pressed down on the old man with one hand and stepped out from behind. The old man turned around and used his intent realm battle technique. At the same time, the sequence particles continued to press down on Lu Yin. The old man could not understand. This person looked young and was definitely not a spiritual prime powerhouse, so how could the laws not get close to him? No matter what, the old man would not be able to easily repel the power of his sequence particles. The stacking sequence, right? Lu Yin's voice was calm. The power of his finger had not truly disappeared. It had simply been stacked. The sequence that the old man cultivated was exactly the same as Tianxi's. It was the stacking sequence. The stacking of power would strengthen the power of Lu Yin's finger, but when the power would explode was determined by the master of the sequence. In other words, even if the power of Lu Yin's finger was strengthened, he could not control the timing of the attack. Tianxi had used this sequence to baffle everyone in the Tianyuan universe. It was considered a rather strange sequence. The old man was not surprised that Lu Yin knew about it. Although this person was not a spiritualized universe creature, he must be a being from the consciousness universe to be able to exist in the spiritualized universe. The old man was in seclusion all year round and did not pay attention to the outside world, so he did not think that Lu Yin was related to the Tianyuan universe. This was also the reason why he wanted to retreat. He guessed that Lu Yin was a being from the consciousness universe, so his strongest power must be his consciousness. The old man was not confident that he could deal with a powerful consciousness. The old man clapped his hands and the valley suddenly shook. It was as if it had come to life and pressed down on Lu Yin from all directions. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. I see. This valley is your spiritualized weapon. Entering the valley was a matter of thought. This was Forgotten Valley, the old man's spiritualized weapon. He wanted to use Forgotten Valley to suppress Lu Yin and use the time to escape. He wanted to figure out Lu Yin's identity first. However, the next moment something unbelievable happened. Forgotten Valley shrank and tried to suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his right fist and punched to the right. The unbelievable power instantly shattered a corner of the Forgotten Worry Valley. The old man was shocked. Impossible. Countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe sighed when they saw Lu Yin attack. It was impossible. It should have been a miracle, but it had happened to Lu Yin time and time again. This was a power that surpassed the limits of a living being. The old man was certain that his forgotten valley could temporarily suppress the limits of a spiritualized universe creature. He had deliberately tested it on such a creature, which was why he had placed Forgotten Valley outside. He wanted to fight for a chance of survival against a strong enemy. However, he had not expected Lu Yin to destroy it with a single punch. Chapter 3482. Lu Yin threw a punch at Old Man Wang from afar. Using brute force to break everything was a waste of time. It was not worth it. Old Man Wang's pupils constricted, and the half-destroyed Forgotten Worry Valley immediately blocked in front of him. With a bang, the valley was completely shattered, and the fragments slashed across Old Man Wang's face, leaving behind a trail of blood. The moment Carefree Valley was destroyed, Old Man Carefree's gaze turned sinister. He slowly rose into the air and stared at Lu Yin. Carefree. Many pairs of eyes stared at Lu Yin. He did not know where they came from, but they were numb, cold, and smiling. Their smiles were horrifying and emotionless. These gazes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and they instantly covered everything Lu Yin could see. He was assimilated by these gazes and lowered his arm. His memories were in chaos. Who was he? Lu Yin? Who Zhou Xian? Who was Ming Yan? Who was Jiang Qingyue? Who was Bai Wuxian? Who was Long Shi? Right, he was Jiang Chen. My name is Jiang Chen. No, I'm Lu Yin. Who killed my father? Was it Jiang Chen? Was it Ku Wei? Who was Ku Wei? Was it my master? Who was Mr. Mu? The only true God was my master. Countless chaotic memories caused Lu Yin's mind to go blank. He was like an empty shell as he stood there blankly. The carefree old man coughed up blood. He had been hiding in the Carefree Valley for so many years. He did not even participate in the battle for Xianxia with Bao Qi, all for the sake of Carefree. Carefree was a perfected intent realm battle skill that he had derived after many years of seclusion. He had derived it based on the intent realm battle skill Carefree. The moment he derived it, he knew that once he mastered it, the position of Xianxia would be at his fingertips. There was no one in the same realm who could compete with him for the position of Xianxia. The only ones who could be his opponents were those in the Bitter Calamity realm. Moreover, even those in the Bitter Calamity realm would be unstable after being hit by Worryless. No one in the Bitter Calamity realm would fight him to the death. This was his confidence in the Great Perfection realm battle technique, Worryless. This was the reason why he had been hiding in Forgotten Worry Valley. However, Worryless had never been able to reach Great Perfection. He had taken a shortcut, constantly stripping people of their nature and prying into their lives after they lost their nature to explore the path of Worryless. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? Pete, if he was given more time, he would definitely be able to cultivate it successfully. But this person just had to come at this time and was terrifyingly strong. He could only forcibly use Worryless. Although this kind of unsuccessful worry-free caused this person to be affected, causing his memories and emotions to become chaotic, it also caused him to suffer the backlash. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground, and the carefree old man looked at Lu Yin, who was still standing in his original spot with his head lowered. He was muttering to himself. This was the price he had to pay for losing his memories and emotions. He had denied himself. The carefree old man slowly walked towards Lu Yin. This was his only chance to kill this person. Step by step he walked forward with great difficulty. At the same time his memories were also in disarray. He had become one of those people who had their nature stripped away by him. He had killed his own lover with his own hands. He had killed his own son and killed his own father. Painful emotions spread and drowned him. It was so heavy that he could not breathe. His hair and beard fell off one by one. His cold gaze became pained. He took a step forward, but his body could no longer support him. He knelt down and wailed. I didn't want to, haha. I didn't want to. Why is it so painful? Father, I'd rather you kill me. Ling, where are you? This is the smell of blood. It's too scary. Did I do it? Why am I so happy? And why am I in so much pain now? Ah. The carefree old man knelt on the ground as if he had gone mad, laughing and crying at the same time. He was enduring extreme pain. A shadow loomed over him. Lu Yin stood in front of him. This person had reaped what he had sown. The carefree old man had stripped away those people's nature and used the carefree old man's domain battle technique to train in Worryless, which had caused him to suffer losses. However, the carefree old man did not know that the stolen nature had also been transferred to Lu Yin. He had stripped away the emotions of others, and the accumulated emotions had been transferred to him, causing his emotions to grow even heavier. The actions of those who had been stripped of their nature had also been transferred to him, causing him to suffer dozens of times the pain. It did not matter what an emotionless person did, but if this emotionless emotion was restored or even multiplied by dozens of times, then he would have to bear the pain of what he had done in the past. The carefree old man's hair fell off, and before it fell off, his hair had turned white overnight. The pain that the carefree old man had to endure was not something that Lu Yin was willing to endure. The greatest pain in the world did not originate from the body, but rather from one's emotions. This was a human's weakness, but it was also a human's strength. Lu Yin suppressed the carefree old man in the general appointment platform's hell and exhaled. He looked around and saw that those who had been stripped of their nature could not recover, and they had all died along with the carefree valley. However, they could still rest in peace. At that moment, Lu Yin once again thought of the tributary of the river of time. Bao Qi's words before he had died. Mad dogs. Those who fought for Xianxia's position were indeed mad dogs. Zhen had used matriarch blaze to burn Lu Yin's body. The carefree old man had messed up his emotions and memories. These old fellows all had their own trump cards, and they could not be underestimated. It was no wonder that Heaven's Hand wanted to use Lu Yin to deal with these people. If Heaven's Hand wanted to deal with them directly, then the price that Lu Yin would have to pay would be unimaginable. If all of them came out and attacked the Tianyuan universe for Xianxia's position, Lu Yin did not dare imagine what would happen to the Tianyuan universe. In any case, the Tianyuan universe would not be able to stop them. Even if these mad dogs were dealt with, the Tianyuan universe would be finished. This was the foundation of a spiritualized universe. After so many years of unified cultivation, there would always be some hidden old monsters. Lu Yin clenched his fists as he was even more anxious to deal with these old monsters. Regardless of whether they were hiding or pretending to be dead, Lu Yin would do his best to get rid of them. Before the Dayu villa was besieged, Lu Yin would try his best to deal with some of the threats. Yu Sangtian had not explicitly given the order to besiege the Dayu villa, but he had his own plans. This deep plan made Lu Yin apprehensive, but Lu Yin could only continue on his own path. He would increase the Tao of Karma and eliminate the threat of the Tianyuan universe. This was his responsibility as the master of the Tianyuan universe. No one could replace what he was doing, not even the primogenitor. The battle in Carefree Valley seemed intense, but it did not cause much of a commotion. It was only after Lu Yin had left that people arrived and saw the battlefield. Zhang Qian, Gu Hou and the others had been surrounded by the debaters, but not everyone who had been watching Lu Yin had been surrounded. There were still some who had been watching the Gate of Revelation. They had only gone over when the battle in Carefree Valley had erupted. By the time they had arrived, it was already too late, and Lu Yin had returned to the Gate of Revelation. Facing the third Venerable's expectant gaze, Lu Yin sat down rather tiredly. "It's done. It's the carefree old man." The three looked at each other and knelt down. "Thank you, Third Master." Lu Yin waved a hand. "We're even now." The old man in the middle smiled bitterly. "Third Master, you're exaggerating. How can we be even? We will never forget the kindness that you've shown us. We will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." Lu Yin stood up. "All right, let's go." He took a step forward. He left the Gate of Revelation and sat down on the pole. "Let's go." Within the Gate of Revelation, the third Venerable watched from afar and bowed once more. The people around them were stunned. The third master was at the Gate of Revelation? Then who had caused the commotion in the battle just now? Some people had gone to Carefree Valley, while others remained outside the Gate of Revelation to watch. There was also a group of people who had been surrounded by the debaters with Zhang Qian and could not leave. They were somewhat desperate because Zhang Qian was still arguing. He did not believe that the universe was a living creature, and he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. More and more debaters joined in. "Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Drown me with your saliva. If you can't drown me, I'll fight it out with you. We're being reasonable. You're all liars. You're a debater. You're the debater. Your whole family is debaters." The people around them despaired. "You're all debaters." As the poll passed by, Lu Yin looked at the scene strangely. Young people are really energetic. The battle in Carefree Valley had not caused a huge commotion as it was not Lu Yin's style. Some people said that the battle had nothing to do with him, while others said that it had been caused by him. As for Lu Yin coming out of the Gate of Revelation, no one cared. He could have gone to Carefree Valley without anyone noticing. As time passed, some of the older generation's powerhouses arrived at Carefree Valley and saw traces of Carefree's Intent Realm battle technique. They concluded that Carefree Elder was still alive, and one of the people involved in the battle had been the old man. This conclusion shocked countless people. Although Carefree Elder was not very famous and only many of the older generation had heard of him, his deeds were enough to shock countless people. He was a powerhouse who had fought for Xianxia's position in an era and had fought with Meng Xianxia. He had even made a name for himself in the universe a long time ago. He was an absolute powerhouse and his seniority was even higher than Jin's. Everyone had thought that Carefree Elder was dead and no one had expected him to still be alive. However, no one knew what had happened to him now. They looked at Lu Yin again and thought of Zhen. They guessed that Lu Yin had attacked Carefree Elder. Now that Lu Yin was alive and kicking, eating fruits and teasing Palace Mistress Yao, it was obvious that something had happened to Carefree Elder. How was this third master so sure that Carefree Elder was still alive? And why had he attacked Carefree Elder? Countless mysteries appeared in everyone's minds. If this third master had really attacked Carefree Elder, then his target in the open zone was Carefree Elder. If Daoist knew that Carefree Elder was in the open zone, then it must have been plotting against the spiritualized universe for a long time, just like the Five Realms War. This speculation made the various great powers even more fearful. Suddenly a guess was made. Daoist's third master wanted to fight for Xianxia's position. This guess seemed laughable, but when combined with his repeated attacks, it was not that laughable. Was there a conflict between challenging Yu Xianxian and obtaining Xianxia's position? Yu Xianxian had always ruled over the spiritualized universe, which gave people the impression that he was the master of the spiritualized universe. However, in reality, it was Yu Xianxian and the 7 great Xianxians who ruled over the spiritualized universe. The 7 great Xianxians could influence Yu Xianxian's decisions. Originally, Xianxian had violated the rules, which might have represented himself or Daoist. However, it did not necessarily represent this third master. If this third master left Daoist and joined Beyond Heaven, then even if he challenged Yu Xianxian and did not join Zenith Palace, he might still be able to obtain Xianxia's position. All he had to do was eliminate all the competitors for Xianxia's position. That seemed to be what he was doing right now. Chapter 3483. Achieve greatness. Me. Lu Yin was shocked. Old Tao said, "That's what the outside world is saying." Lu Yin laughed. "What achievements do I have? I'm almost at the Extreme Palace." Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin and her eyes flashed. The Imperial Mulberry Sky is one of the 7 great mulberry skies, and it rules over the spiritualized universe. In theory, the Imperial Mulberry Sky and the 7 great mulberry skies can influence the future of the spiritualized universe. Only the Supreme Extremity can decide everything with a single word, but the Supreme Extremity has yet to appear. The Imperial Mulberry Sky is also very powerful, and it established the Imperial God Mountain. Actually, as long as Xianxia's position is vacant, anyone can compete for it. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. "I'm from the Tianyuan universe?" Old Tao was very certain. "As long as the other 6 Xianxian agree, it will be fine." Lu Yin looked at Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao nodded. Her beautiful face had an indescribable expression. "That's right. If Yu Xianxian opposes it, the worst-case scenario is that there will always be a vacant Xianxian position. However, this vacant position won't last for long, because the Guardian Spirit Day is coming. At that time, Yu Xianxian will have to lead the 7 great Xianxian Guardian Spirits. As long as you can fight until no one dares to compete for the position of Xianxian, the position of Xianxian will definitely be yours." Was it Xianxian? To be honest, he had never thought about it before. How could a person from the Tianyuan cosmos like him become Xianxian? But now, on the day of the sacrifice spirit, as long as he could beat everyone to the point that they couldn't become Xianxian, it would be fine? "Are you sure you can force Yu Xianxian to acknowledge me on the day of the spirit sacrifice? What if he insists on appointing Xianxian?" Lu Yin retorted. Empress Yao's lips curled up, and this was the first time Lu Yin had seen her smile. "Then let's fight. Xianxian cannot be defeated. If he is defeated, then he is no longer Xianxian." A defeated Xianxia does not have the right to be a guardian spirit. This is the understanding of the spiritualized universe. Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan P. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. Thinking. Was he really going to become Xianxia? Xianxia was qualified to enter the depths of the extreme palace and wait for an audience with the supreme extremity. Xianxia could see the wonders of the day of sacrifice. Xianxia could mobilize all resources including the 7 major forces. Xianxia was an indispensable link in the spiritualized universe's culture and represented the highest. Primordial Origin knew that Xianxia had a big secret like the small spirit universe, but Xianxia still could not kill Primordial Origin because Primordial Origin was Xianxia. Xianxia's identity seemed to be a good protection. Old Tao said respectfully, "Head, if you obtain Xianxia's identity, you can even influence the spiritualized universe's attitude towards the Tian Yuan universe." This thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind like a flash of inspiration. The only problem is that Dayu Mountain Villa violated the rules. This is a taboo for everyone in the spiritualized universe. Old Tao was in a difficult position. Lu Yin didn't mind. Breaking the rules? Who did he offend? Xianxia? I really don't care about him. His imprisonment is worthless to me. My prohibitions are prohibitions. My rules are rules. Help me find out who is vying for the position of Xianxia. I will go and cause trouble for him. Old Tao carefully asked, "Then what about the Extreme Palace's carvings?" "Not for now," Lu Yin replied. "If they really wanted to fight for the position of Xianxia, then the provocation of the Extreme Palace's carvings could wait. What could destroy the spiritualized universe more than Xianxia? It could even disgust Xianxia." Old Tao relaxed. It was good that Lu Yin wasn't going. Palace Mistress Yao also relaxed. Even Kai Kiching and Star Toad relaxed. Just thinking about the Extreme Palace's carvings made their hearts tremble. Xianxia would definitely come out to stop them. Ever since leaving Dayu Mountain Villa, Lu Yin had encountered many experts along the way, but none of them were easy to deal with. The Extreme Palace was definitely the most powerful. "Who's next?" Lu Yin asked. Old Tao hesitated for a moment before answering, "Dancing Butterfly." Palace Mistress Yao was shocked. "Dancing Butterfly?" Kai Kiching also looked at Old Tao in shock. Lu Yin was curious. "Is that their name?" Old Tao respectfully replied, "Those are their names. They are Butterfly Dance and World's Edge. These two are husband and wife. For some reason they hate each other but they never leave each other. During Bao Qi's battle for Xianxia, they also took action and their threat far surpassed Zhen's. If not for their conflict, the position of Xianxia might not have ended up in Bao Qi's hands." Lu Yin was interested. "They're that powerful?" Palace Mistress Yao's expression turned serious. "They are powerful and I can deal with one of them alone. But if they work together, I'm definitely not their match." Lu Yin no longer had much of an impression of Palace Mistress Yao, the #1 person under Xianxia. He had encountered too many experts in the spiritualized universe, such as Zhen and Carefree Old Man. Which one of them was easy to deal with? Although Palace Mistress Yao wasn't weak in comparison, she was still far from being the #1 person under Xianxia. Old Tao said, "If the two of them work together, they can be called the #1 person under Xianxia. Of course, that's if they work together. Boss, their strength can't be underestimated. The best way to deal with them is to sow discord and prevent them from working together." Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "I'm not that despicable. Let's go find them. They'll also compete for Xianxia's position. There will definitely be competition." Old Tao was certain. "Then that's fine," Lu Yin said. He then thought of something. "Tell the people behind you that I'm looking for Bao Qi." Palace Mistress Yao didn't understand what Lu Yin was saying. The people behind Old Tao? Old Tao thought about it. "I'll give it a try." Lu Yin looked at him. "I'm not just giving it a try. I must find Bao Qi. If Xianxia doesn't strip the original Xianxia of his position, then I'll let him reap what he sowed and leave the position empty. Bao Qi is also very suitable. If the people behind you don't help me, then I'll go find them. You can tell them directly." Old Tao smiled bitterly. "Yes, I understand." Asking Lu Yin to find Skyhand? Skyhand had a headache. No one wanted Lu Yin to go as the third master's strength was shocking. Even if they could deal with him, the price would be too great. If this had been in the past, Old Tao wouldn't have been troubled, and Skyhand would have been willing to help Lu Yin find Bao Qi. However, now that news had spread that Lu Yin wanted to compete for Sang Tian's position, Skyhand might not be willing. Skyhand wanted to use Lu Yin to deal with the hidden powerhouses because he wanted to eliminate the competitors for Sang Tian's position. If they had to compete with Lu Yin in the end, Old Tao could guess what they would think. Not long after, the gliding pole landed in a heavenly city, and Old Tao contacted Skyhand. Bao Qi. Yes, the third master wants to find Bao Qi. He said that he won't make a move until he finds Bao Qi. He originally wanted to find trouble with the dancing butterfly horizon. Let me ask you, does this person want to compete for Sang Tian's position? Skyhand's people were apprehensive. Old Tao didn't hesitate. No, the Dayu villa has violated the rules and the third master can't leave the villa. He naturally won't compete for Sang Tian's position. I'm certain of that. Skyhand paused for a moment. You must remember that you are the fourth Skyhand, not the Dayu villa. The Dayu villa will eventually be destroyed. You can't imagine how powerful Lord Yu Sang Tian is. The Dayu villa provoked the realm beyond heaven and is doomed. If you still want to leave the Dayu villa, you have to help Skyhand. Old Tao promised, I will definitely side with Skyhand. Don't worry, it wasn't easy for me to climb up. It's good that you know. What about Bao Qi? We will help him find Bao Qi. We will take him to deal with the dancing butterfly horizon first. The call ended. Old Tao was helpless. It seemed that both sides had tacitly acknowledged each other's existence. Otherwise, Skyhand wouldn't have said that last sentence. It was just that they didn't mention it. They were both using each other and it was just a matter of who would end up using the other. The dancing butterfly horizon was different from Zhen and the carefree elder. Everyone knew that they were still alive and their lives were shocking. The spiritualized universe's 36 filaments were just a path formed by the spiritualized universe's spirit threads. Compared to the entire spiritualized universe, these filaments were still very small. The 36 filaments controlled the spiritualized universe, but they couldn't represent the entire universe. On a barren land, red rain fell from the sky. In the distance, tornadoes connected the sky and the earth. There were black, white, and blue tornadoes. This was a place where ordinary people couldn't survive, but two figures were fighting. Boom, boom. The ground cracked and the sky exploded. A man and a woman fought against each other, and this had been going on for many years. They fought like this without speaking. The ground continued to shatter, but it was constantly restored by the nourishment of the red rain. A long time ago, many people had watched from afar, but after a long time, those people had all left. No one was watching anymore, and their battle seemed to be never-ending. In a corner of the land, there was a paradise that was completely different from the harsh climate of the land. It was filled with pink peach blossoms and there was a small bridge over flowing water. When they were tired of fighting, they would return to the paradise to rest and then fight again. This cycle repeated itself. When Lu Yin's group arrived, they were still fighting. Lu Yin's group's arrival attracted quite a few people. These people were all staring at Lu Yin and now they were also looking at the land. That third master's target is the dancing butterfly horizon? He really dares to attack. The dancing butterfly horizon is fine if he's alone, as he can't even compare to Qi Zun and Wu Wei. But when the two of them work together, even Ku Jie's powerhouses fear them. It looks like the third master's target is the Sang Tian's position. Otherwise, why would he attack the dancing butterfly horizon? The dancing butterfly horizon has vowed to fight for the Sang Tian's position. Once the primordial land's position is taken away, they'll have to compete for it. It makes sense for them to attack now. I wonder how this battle will turn out. Lu Yin sat on a pole and watched the battle on the land. It seemed intense, but it was actually very ordinary. How should he put it? There was no technique involved at all. It was more like the two sides were just venting their boredom and playing around. It would be impossible for others to see the dancing butterfly horizon through this battle. However, for those who had not reached Lu Yin's level of vision, the battle at the dancing butterfly horizon was still quite intense. It could even be said to be tragic. Old Tao was dumbfounded. On the land, every move made his heart tremble. He knew that if he stayed on the ground, he wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves. B-Boss, they've been fighting for many years. Although there's no clear victor, they've been fighting each other. But the more they fight, the more they understand each other. Once they work together, their strength will increase exponentially. Are you really going to attack them? Lu Yin stood up and stretched. They're destined opponents. There's no other way. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and appeared on the ground in an instant. Chapter 3484. Red rain fell, and the black tornado seemed to have a mind of its own as it swept towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Dancing Butterfly Border, who was still fighting, and slowly said, "I'll give you all some time to rest." The black tornado suddenly dissipated. In the distance, Dancing Butterfly Border stopped and returned to the paradise without a word, each of them returning to their own rooms to recover. Their expressions were serious. That person was very strong. Just now, when that person had stepped into their circle, they had all felt a chill. That chill had clearly told them that they might not be his match if they fought alone. After so many years, were they finally going to work together again after their battle with Baoqi? Lu Yin stood on the piece of land and raised his hand, causing red rain to fall onto his palm. It smelled of metal, but it was also mixed with the smell of dirt. It was a very strange substance, and it was just enough to repair this piece of land that had been destroyed. It was no wonder that Dancing Butterfly Border had chosen this place to fight all year round. Otherwise, with the frequency of their battles, the 36 filaments would not have been able to withstand it. It was normal for one battle to destroy an entire region. Outside the land, many gazes gathered on Lu Yin. Was he really going to fight? This third master was really going to challenge all the experts in the world, and he was not just spouting nonsense. How many battles had he fought since he left the Dayu villa? Each opponent was stronger than the last, and the battle of wills had shaken the spiritualized universe. Who knew how his battle with Dancing Butterfly Border would turn out? Several days later, Dancing Butterfly Border walked out of the paradise and arrived at the center of the land facing Lu Yin. She was beautiful, and although she could not compare to Palace Empress Yao in terms of talent, there was a stubbornness in her eyes that was as sharp as a blade. Horizon was a handsome man with an elegant demeanor. His gaze was gentle, but hidden beneath his gentle gaze was a high fighting spirit. The two were very compatible, and the more one looked at them, the more compatible they seemed. They were like one person standing together, fusing with each other. "Who are you?" Border asked. Butterfly Border frowned. "What are you talking about? If he's looking for trouble, let's deal with him first." Border said, "You should at least know your opponent's name. His strength is worthy of our respect." "What, is Yu Sangtian worthy of your respect?" "Xiao Wu, these are two different things. Put away your disgusting personality. An enemy is an enemy. Who cares about his background and strength? If you can deal with him, then do it. If you can't, then run." Tianya said helplessly, "Being impulsive won't get you anywhere." Jia Wu coldly laughed. "Being a coward is even more useless." Lu Yin listened to their conversation and said, "It seems like the two of you want to quarrel. I can wait." Tianya looked at Lu Yin. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Jia Wu suddenly charged out and kicked out at Lu Yin. Her movements were swift and decisive, and the void continuously crumbled. This kick contained an enormous amount of power, and it also contained a sequence technique that spread out sequence particles. Lu Yin kicked out as well. Tianya's expression changed. "Be careful." Jia Wu abruptly retracted her leg and dodged Lu Yin's kick. She flipped over, and her sequence particles converged like a second Jia Wu as they pressed down on Lu Yin. At the same time, World Edge attacked from another direction. He held the wooden flute in his hand and spun it. A green shadow flickered as sequence particles gathered at the same time. The two strands of sequence particles condensed and fused together in the void, forming a power that even Lu Yin feared as it crashed down. Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart in an attempt to disperse the energy. But he found that it was not that easy, although it was easier to dispel than the foundation of the sequences. Yes, but it wasn't much easier. This was the method of fusing sequences. Outside the continent Old Tao side, the 38th sequence technique, Annihilation, has a very impressive name, but its power isn't that great. Those who have just reached the sequence law level and have comprehended the Annihilation sequence technique have an advantage. But the greatest disadvantage of this sequence technique is that there's a limit to its power. It's purely destructive power and only destructive power. In a battle at the sequence law level, the further one goes, the more one will be seen through. However, Dancing Butterfly Horizon cultivates the Annihilation sequence technique at the same time, and based on their many years of mutual understanding, They have fused the two sequence techniques together to form a power similar to the foundation of the sequences. This is different. Palace Mistress Yao looked at old Tao. You seem to know everything. Kai Keqing had noticed as well. Even the Star Toad had noticed, and it gave old Tao a strange look. This guy's power was mediocre, so how did he know everything? Old Tao coughed. Well, I have a wide circle of friends. On the continent, Lu Yin dodged the sequence technique and the void collapsed where he stood. The sequence technique continuously spread out in all directions, trying to envelop him. Lu Yin could tell that this was a different kind of foundation of the sequences. When Dancing Butterfly Horizon worked together, it was the same as controlling a foundation of the sequences. It was no wonder why they were so powerful. But if that was all, it wouldn't be enough to cause him any trouble. The two had cultivated for many years, and their sequence particles were boundless. Two majestic waves of sequence particles converged like a monster that wreaked havoc towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand and struck out with a palm. Dancing Butterfly Horizon attacked at the same time, and the sequence particles fused together and fiercely pressed down, destroying both of them. Suddenly, the sequence particles became unstable, and they were pulled back by Lu Yin's palm. Impossible. Butterfly Dance was shocked. This person had actually borrowed their sequence particles. Horizon pulled Butterfly Dance back. This person isn't easy to deal with. Be careful. Lu Yin used a chain palm, and although it didn't cause any damage to Dancing Butterfly Horizon, it still broke through their dual annihilation. Outside the continent, many people were shocked. This palm seemed ordinary, but it was extremely stunning. Something like this had never happened before. Was this considered borrowing strength to fight strength? Someone else's sequence particles could be used? Where had this third master learned such a stunning palm technique? Or had he created it himself? Your Excellency's palm technique is astonishing. I'm impressed, Horizon exclaimed. Lu Yin retracted his palm and looked at the two. Your cooperation is equivalent to controlling a foundation of the sequences. I'm impressed as well. Progenitor Chen's chain palm was similar to Ancestor Ku's chain palm. It was like turning something rotten into something miraculous. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Many times, it had allowed Lu Yin to break through desperate situations. However, there was no upper limit to the chain palm. Now he could borrow sequence particles, and in the future he might even be able to borrow an enemy's intent realm or even stronger strength. It could be said that Ancestor Ku and Progenitor Chen represented the pinnacle of an era. They had opened up two different paths, not just battle techniques. Who are you? Why are you looking for trouble with us? Horizon asked. This time Butterfly Dance didn't stop them. Lu Yin's strength made her apprehensive, and she had to be careful when dealing with such a person. Many things went with her personality, but there were also many things that suppressed her personality. Lu Yin smiled. Daoist third master. You can call me seventh bro. Horizon and Butterfly Dance were confused. Daoist? They had never heard of it. They had always been fighting on this continent and didn't know anything about the outside world. Lu Yin said, I want to challenge all the experts in the world, and you are one of them. There are no personal grudges, that's all. So that's how it is. You want to challenge all the experts in the world? I admire your courage, but with the two of us working together, even if we win, it's still a victory. If we fight alone, we won't be able to defeat you, Horizon said. Butterfly Dance was dissatisfied. Who says we won't be able to defeat him alone? You're admitting defeat without even fighting. Trash. Horizon was helpless. The two of us can only work together. Alone, we aren't considered the peak of the Spirit Prime realm. It's not like you don't know that. Butterfly Dance sneered. Is that why you don't have any ambition? Horizon was helpless. Lu Yin said, Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge is originally a single entity, so I will also see the two of you working together as one entity. Make your move. They've already provoked you to this extent and you're still not acting? You're not a man. Alright, since you've said so, we won't hold back. Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge. With that, the red rain stopped and was replaced by pink peach blossoms that fell from the sky. It was as beautiful as a fairyland, and even the roaring tornadoes in the distance were dyed in a layer of light. Beneath his feet, a dark green color surged up like a wave rising from the bottom. The pink peach blossoms and the dark green waves covered the sky, and Lu Yin was in the middle. Outside the continent, Palace Mistress Yao's gaze turned serious. This was Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge's combination battle technique, and it was also their signature technique. Lu Yin didn't feel anything, but he could tell that this was the power of spiritual force. It turned out that Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge specialized in spiritual force. On the other side, Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge had a serious expression. They had used spiritual force, and the moment the peach blossoms and waves appeared, their spiritual force had already attacked, but this person remained unmoved. This wasn't unexpected as this person was very strong. Even though he looked like a spirit progenitor, he was definitely a spirit prime. He hadn't used any echelon techniques yet, so it wasn't strange for him to be able to resist this level of spiritual force. The next butterfly dance took out her zither. Horizon placed his wooden flute horizontally. Third mistress, be careful. If you can't take it, just admit defeat. With that, the zither and flute resonated together. Butterflies and flowers danced in the sky, and waves surged on the ground. Everything distorted, and the sound traveled out of the continent and into space. When Old Tao heard this, his body trembled. Retreat. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze turned solemn. This spiritual force was very powerful, and she couldn't withstand it even if the two worked together. She could only decide the victor before the two joined forces. Spiritual force and consciousness were two different types of power. One attacked the body while the other attacked the mind. However, the results were similar. Around them, the people who were staring at them also retreated. They felt as if they were witnessing a battle between intents again. Qi Zun Wu Wei's consciousness and Dancing Butterfly's world's spiritual force made it so that they didn't dare to approach. This third mistress had such a terrifying consciousness, so her spiritual force was definitely not strong. No one was strong in both spiritual force and spiritual force. However, consciousness could completely resist spiritual force, so Dancing Butterfly's world didn't know how strong this third mistress consciousness was. Someone's voice traveled to Dancing Butterfly's world's ears. This third mistress has the power to cross the bitter adversity level. Dancing Butterfly shouted and looked up into space. Who is it? Despicable. Horizon frowned and looked at Lu Yin. Sorry, someone warned us that you have the power to cross the bitter adversity level and told us to be careful. Lu Yin laughed. It doesn't matter. Whether you care or not has nothing to do with us, but we won't do such a despicable thing. Horizon's expression was serious as he stared at Lu Yin. We'll take one of your consciousness attacks. Dancing Butterfly snorted but didn't object. She urged, hurry up. Chapter 3485. Lu Yin looked at them in surprise. Is there a need? World's Edge nodded. We've lived honorable lives and have never done anything despicable. If we didn't know about your consciousness beforehand, it would have been enough to attack us once. Even if we took the hit, it would have been an advantage. Even if we won, it wouldn't have been glorious. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. You're overthinking things. I never planned on using my consciousness. Are you looking down on us? Diao Wu's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin shrugged. I admire your personalities, but your strength isn't enough for me to use my consciousness. Diao Wu laughed coldly. World's Edge, we've been underestimated. We've really been underestimated. World's Edge sighed. How many years has it been since we last met? To think that such a peerless figure has appeared among the younger generation. Third Head, you're very arrogant. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not arrogant. You haven't seen true arrogance yet. Since that's the case, we won't be polite. World's Edge was also angered. Although he had a good temper, it didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. Lu Yin's arrogant words had infuriated him several times. The flute continued to grow louder and the zither music became clearer. Listening to the flute, Lu Yin felt as if he could see Mr. Mu. Master, are you all right? Although they hadn't been apart for long, he didn't know if he could return alive. Closing his eyes, Lu Yin listened quietly. These two were worthy of respect. Spiritual force rained down on Lu Yin like a storm. Outside the continent, everyone retreated again and again. This spiritual force had formed a huge monster, and the moment they heard the zither and flute, their entire body would be affected. They didn't dare to approach. Only Lu Yin stood there with his hands behind his back and his eyes closed, not moving at all. No matter how intense the zither and flute combination was, or how violent the spiritual force was, it couldn't shake Lu Yin. World's Edge was shocked. How could this be? This person had the consciousness of someone who had crossed the bitter adversity level. Could it be that he had also cultivated spiritual force to the same level? There shouldn't be such a person. Lu Yin had never slacked off on his spiritual force cultivation. Although he hadn't reached the spirit prime level or even crossed the bitter adversity level, with the support of the primogenitor's scripture, even ancestor she couldn't shake him. The ancestor of the ancient era was the light Civ sword heaven, and his light Civ sword chi had once forced the Lu clan to bow their heads. As a result, Patriarch Lu Yuan had no choice but to beg the ancestor for the ancestor's scripture to make up for the Lu clan's lack of essence, chi, and spirit. Not only did he possess the primogenitor's scripture, but he had also cultivated the true God's freedom technique. This technique was also related to spiritual force, and it had caused Lu Yin's spiritual force to transform. He didn't even know when it had happened. He might not be able to reach the power of the Qing Luo sword heaven like the ancestor of the past, but withstanding that kind of power was not a problem. The dancing butterfly world's edge was also a spiritual prime, and their spiritual force was close to the ancestors. Their combined spiritual force battle technique surpassed the ancestors' light gauze sword technique, but it was still unable to shake Lu Yin. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the umbrella euro? At most Lu Yin's face paled a little. The zither and flute ensemble stopped. The peach blossoms and waves dissipated. Tianya said helplessly, "It's useless." Diawu was shocked. How could there be such a person in this world? He had the power of a Ku adversity level consciousness, and at the same time his spiritual force was not inferior to theirs. How did this person cultivate? No one could figure it out. Old Tao also couldn't figure it out. Palace Mistress Yao was even more confused. This third master actually had such a powerful spiritual energy? Lu Yin opened his eyes. "It's over?" World's Edge praised, "Your strength is admirable." Lu Yin looked at the two. "If that's all, then you've disappointed me." This time, Diao Wu and World's Edge did not get angry. Lu Yin had the right to be arrogant. "Why didn't you take the initiative to attack?" Lu Yin said, "If I did, it would have ended." "If you weren't so arrogant, would you still be able to speak?" Diao Wu said unhappily. Lu Yin didn't believe that these two were so weak. Indeed, their combined dancing butterfly world's edge was very strong. Although he hadn't been shaken, he had still used all his strength to block it. However, in terms of threat, they were still inferior to the carefree old man. However, this was only in Lu Yin's eyes. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Yin was a true monster. He could defeat Jin and the carefree old man, which was not surprising. However, his ability to ignore dancing butterfly world's edge's spiritual force battle technique was shocking. It was just like how he could ignore Wu Wei's consciousness. Dancing butterfly world's edge was weak? Of course not. Once a spiritual force battle technique was used, how many people in this spiritualized universe could withstand it? Back then, Bao Qi had only been able to defeat dancing butterfly world's edge after waiting for the cauldron bell. Now Lu Yin was just standing there, unmoving like a mountain. He didn't even care about the spiritual force battle technique. If this wasn't a monster, then what was? Old Tao sighed. "Perhaps Master is the strongest person in the Dayu Villa. He's too strong. He can't even ignore dancing butterfly world's edge." Palace Mistress Yao sighed. "He perfectly countered dancing butterfly world's edge." She had expected a bitter battle, but dancing butterfly world's edge's strength was completely ineffective against Lu Yin. On the ground, Lu Yin looked at the two. "Arrogance is all because of you. I have the guts to challenge all the experts in the world. If I didn't have this arrogance, how would I be able to support myself?" World's Edge nodded. "Yes, you have the right to be arrogant, but we won't be completely trampled by you." He then raised his hand and the wooden flute spun in his hand. "This is called World, and it's my spiritual weapon. Look closely." World's Edge stomped on the ground and the wooden flute spun. He instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin. "Thunder, World." Rumble. Thunder exploded, but it did not come from outer space. It did not come from the ground but from Lu Yin's heart. The explosion caused Lu Yin's eyes to go slack. He stood in place and allowed World's wooden flute to pierce his heart. It brought his body into the distance, tearing through the void. No one had expected such a shocking turn of events. Old Tao and the others had just lamented that Lu Yin was a monster, but in the blink of an eye, Lu Yin had been struck, and it seemed like he could not retaliate. On the ground, Lu Yin's body had been pierced by the wooden flute, and he was being pushed underground. The jade-green wooden flute flowed with green light. It was full of vitality, but the pressure made it difficult for Lu Yin to breathe. The pressure spread from his heart to his entire body and he lost all strength at that moment. Thunder continued to bombard his heart. No one else could hear it, but his ears, eyes and nose were all bleeding. He stared blankly at World's Edge, which was just inches away. There was a thump and the ground was pierced through. Lu Yin emerged from beneath the ground and fell into outer space. World's Edge also appeared in outer space, panting heavily as he looked down. He watched Lu Yin's body float. "You're the first person to make us use this move. It was originally reserved for him." Dancing Butterfly World's Edge is not that weak. No one could understand what had just happened. Lu Yin stood in place and allowed World's Edge to pierce through the ground. What happened to him? Outside the ground, those who had been watching Lu Yin were stunned for a moment, and their eyes were filled with shock. Something huge had just happened. Could the third manager have died? Beside the wooden flute, the Startoad's mouth fell open. Lu Yin was dead? 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 Its eyes gradually lit up. Could escape. Could escape. That guy was dead. Wait, is he dead? The Startoad was cautious as it did not want to be targeted by Lu Yin. Even if this was the spiritualized universe, it had no confidence in escaping if Lu Yin chased after it. This guy wouldn't die so easily. It had to be cautious. It had to be cautious. Old Tao was stunned as he looked down at the ground. How could the invincible third manager end up like this? Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Kai Ching were stunned. Su Wang and Li Shou looked at each other equally stunned. They did not speak, but that did not mean that they were stupid. On the contrary, they were very smart. Otherwise, they would not have been subdued by Lu Yin. Now that they had seen this scene, they were both stunned. They had never imagined that this would happen. The twist was too great. Lu Yin quietly floated in outer space. What had just happened? Thunderheart. It had dazed him for a moment. It was even more direct than the Wang family's meditative forgetfulness technique and Old Man Wang Yu's intent realm battle technique. World's Edge was not very fast, but it was only for a moment that Lu Yin fell into a daze. He had been struck by World's Edge and he had been sent flying out of the ground. At the same time, his mind had been in a daze. A spiritual essence battle technique. It was definitely a spiritual essence battle technique as well. This was Dancing Butterfly World's Edge's most powerful combination attack. That thunder had not come from World's Edge but from Diao Wu. Powerful. Jin, Old Man Wang Yu and Dancing Butterfly World's Edge all had their own trump cards. Many people approached from all directions searching for Lu Yin. On land, Diao Wu was half squatting on the ground, her face pale. Lu Yin's guess had been correct. Thunderheart had come from her, and it was her spiritual innate gift. Thunderheart was very powerful, but she would normally only use it once. However, she had used it repeatedly to deal with Lu Yin, and even she could not withstand it. World's Edge helped her up. Powerful, right? Diao Wu was proud despite her pale face. World's Edge forced a smile. Yes. Can you help? Diao Wu asked expectantly. World's Edge stared at her blankly, not replying. Diao Wu grew anxious. I'm asking you if you can help. World's Edge's eyes dimmed. Little Wu, some people are destined to be monsters. Red rain fell once more, and the air distorted as a figure slowly walked out from the ground. Diao Wu looked over and her face paled as her body swayed. World's Edge hurriedly hugged her. Her soft body was in his embrace, and there was still the fragrance of peach blossoms. However, he did not have the time to appreciate this beauty. He's a monster, Diao Wu muttered to herself as she stared blankly at Lu Yin walking over. World's Edge was bitter. If he's like this, then that person is even more of a monster. Outside the land, those searching for Lu Yin stopped and sighed deeply. He wasn't dead, he really wasn't dead. They were not surprised at all. This third master was unfathomable and his strength was shocking. In particular, the battle of wills was unfathomable. World's Edge was very powerful, and he had used some unknown technique to beat the third master to the point where he could not even retaliate. However, that was all he could do. So what if he could not retaliate? He would not retaliate since he could not be injured. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao and the rest heaved sighs of relief. At first they had been captured by Lu Yin, but as time passed, they had been tied up in the Dayu Villa and could not leave. If the Dayu Villa collapsed, they would be in trouble as well, and the entire spiritualized universe would not be able to contain them. Seeing that Lu Yin was completely unharmed, they once again understood their situation. Star-Toad could not help but cover his eyes. As expected, being cautious. Chapter 3486. On the ground, the red rain grew colder and colder. Lu Yin calmly approached Dancing Butterfly's horizon. That move from before had truly stunned him. None of these hidden powerhouses were simple, and he had always been on guard. However, some moves could not be dealt with just by being cautious. Carefree Elder's Carefree and Dancing Butterfly's Thunderous World were both examples. Lu Yin had arrogantly declared that he would challenge the world's experts, and this was not an easy step to take. The mad dog Bao Qi had spoken of was truly a mad dog, and it was very difficult to deal with him. It was not without reason that Skyhand wanted to use him to deal with these people. Once Xianxia's position became vacant again, these people would all take action, and even Lu Yin might not be able to succeed. Lu Yin walked over to Dancing Butterfly's horizon and looked them in the eye. "It looks like you're done." Diao Wu looked away, her eyes lifeless. Horizon sighed, "We've lost. You can do whatever you want with us." He was very clear that Lu Yin had not come here just to challenge the world's experts. Outsiders were most familiar with their battle with Bao Qi over Xianxia's position. This person was so strong, and his goal was likely to be Xianxia's as well. How could Lu Yin be at ease if he did not deal with them? Normally, Lu Yin should have thrown them into Hell's general appointment platform to increase his karma. However, he found it difficult to feel any ill will towards these two. They were straightforward and upright, and he had never heard of them committing any evil deeds. They were completely different from Carefree Elder. Zhen was a true cultivator who killed decisively. Lu Yin had no qualms about throwing him into Hell's general appointment platform. This was the law of survival. Carefree Elder had committed too many evil deeds, and killing him was not enough to vent his anger. Only Dancing Butterfly's horizon did not seem like a pure cultivator. Her magnanimity and uprightness made it difficult for Lu Yin to deal with her. Lu Yin looked at them for a while. "Give me a guarantee." Horizon looked at Lu Yin. "Speak. You won't fight with me for Xianxia's position." Horizon's eyes flashed. Was it really because of Xianxia's position? He was about to agree. Diao Wu refused. "We will definitely fight for Xianxia's position." Lu Yin frowned. "I can kill you right now to prevent future troubles." Diao Wu was stubborn, and Lu Yin had seen her stubbornness the first time. "It doesn't matter. If you don't kill us, we'll definitely fight for Xianxia's position." Tianya advised, "Just don't fight with him. At most you can fight for the next Xianxian position." Diao Wu angrily rebuked, next time, forever next time. These people are all monsters, but can you guarantee that there won't be even stronger monsters next time? What if he lost this time? Would he still not compete with him next time? Or not to compete with him next time? How long can we live? We are not in the eternal life realm. We can't live that long. Tianya was helpless. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. Third head, "I'm sorry, but we can't agree. We must obtain Xianxia's position." Lu Yin was puzzled. "You want Xianxia's position so badly? Why did Bao Qi withdraw from the battle? I heard that there was a conflict between you two. Otherwise, Bao Qi might not have been able to succeed Xianxia." Diao Wu mocked. "You believe that? If you Xianxia hadn't interfered, why would we have pretended to be conflicted and withdraw? Bao Qi is Yu Xianxia's dog." Tianya looked at Lu Yin. The Imperial Mulberry Sky is becoming more and more intent on controlling the spiritualized universe. The 7 Mulberry Skies can actually keep the Imperial Mulberry Sky in check, but the Imperial Mulberry Sky is constantly scheming, and Bao Qi is one of them. Yu Xianxian has already decided on him, and Palace Mistress Yao, the strongest person under Xianxian, is also Yu Xianxian. We were unwilling and wanted to fight for it. If we had dealt with Bao Qi from the start, Yu Xianxian wouldn't have been able to interfere. Unfortunately, we realized it too late. The people and powers fighting for Xianxia's position only realized this at the end. We could only withdraw. The 7 powers allowed Yu Xianxian to do this? Lu Yin didn't understand. Before coming to the spiritualized universe, he had believed that Yu Xianxian controlled it and could decide everything with a single word. But after coming here, he realized that this wasn't the case. Yu Xianxian was very powerful and controlled the spiritualized universe, but there were still the 7 powers and the 7 Xianxians in the dark. The Wisdom Sky region wouldn't be controlled by Xianxia, and the Gate of Arts secretly transmitted information to the Dayou Manor. The spiritualized universe wasn't what Lu Yin had imagined. If Xianxia could easily decide Xianxia's position, then it would contradict what Lu Yin had seen. Tianya said, "So what if they aren't willing? The competition for Xianxia's position is fair. Us independent cultivators will be stopped by Xianxia's interference, but the other powers won't." Bao Qi fought to the end, and with the help of the Cauldron Bell he has the qualifications to become Xianxia's successor. Palace Mistress Yao's status as the strongest person under Xianxia isn't completely correct, but Xianxia definitely has a way to make up for her lack of strength and allow her to truly reach Xianxia's level. Xianxia didn't break any rules, and the person who becomes Xianxia does indeed have the corresponding strength. This wasn't bad. Louis knew how strong Bao Qi was. With the help of the Cauldron Bell, his strength was definitely comparable to Xianxia's, and he could step into the bitter adversity realm at any time. The crazy headmaster's secular path allowed him to easily step into the bitter adversity realm. Looking at it this way, Xianxia really didn't break any rules. In the past, you withdrew from the competition for Xianxia's position because of Xianxia's interference. What about in the future? Who can guarantee that Xianxia won't interfere again? You said it yourselves, Xianxia is scheming, Lu Yin said. Diawu looked up. Let's see his scheme and deal with him first. The next most likely contender for Xianxia's position is definitely Palace Mistress Yao. Let's deal with her first so that Xianxia won't have time to interfere. Lu Yin laughed. Palace Mistress Yao? Wrong, she isn't part of Xianxia's scheme. Impossible, Diawu denied. Tianya and Lu Yin looked at each other. Why do you say that? Lu Yin waved at the sky. Diawu and Tianya looked over, and a figure quickly appeared in front of them. When they saw who it was, the two were stunned. Palace Mistress Yao? Who didn't know of Palace Mistress Yao's name? Her appearance had long since spread, causing countless people to fall in love with her. Diawu and Tianya naturally recognized Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao didn't understand why Lu Yin had called her over, so she quietly stood behind him. Tianya was confused. Who are you and Palace Mistress Yao? Lu Yin's lips curled up. She's a chess piece abandoned by Xianxia. And I picked up this chess piece. Palace Mistress Yao's expression was calm. Lu Yin's words were insulting, but they were also the truth. Diawu and Tianya looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. From what they knew, Palace Mistress Yao would be the first to be dealt with in the next competition for Xianxia's position, and they wouldn't leave her until the end. They hadn't expected her to be abandoned by Xianxia. How could this be? They didn't know how to react. Lu Yin shook his head. Sometimes it's good to look at the outside world. Palace Mistress Yao isn't your target anymore. So do you know who else is Xianxia's scheme? Diawu and Tianya's eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know either. Not long after, in Xanadu, flowing water flowed beneath their feet. Diawu brewed tea with flower petals. Lu Yin reminisced about Zhao Ran. He might never be able to drink that girl's tea again. Tianya sat across from Lu Yin and said apologetically, "No matter what, we must obtain Xianxia's position. Whether it's you or anyone else, we won't give up even if we die. If you don't trust us, you can end us here and bury us in this peach garden." Diawu was calm as if death didn't matter to them. Lu Yin didn't want to kill them, and he hadn't from the start. "I can choose not to kill you, but I can suppress you somewhere so that you won't be able to move," Lu Yin said. Diawu looked at the peach blossoms in the distance and didn't mind. Tianya smiled. "That's not bad, but can you allow us to bring 2 peach blossoms with us?" Lu Yin stared at Tianya. "Is Xianxia's position that important to you? No matter how I look at it, you don't seem like people who seek power." Tianya smiled and took a sip of tea. "We don't care about Xianxia's position, but we care about the possibility of seeing it on the day of the sacrifice spirits. Legend has it that Xianxia leads 7 Xianxia's sacrifice spirits. Is there a chance of seeing something different?" Lu Yin asked. Tianya nodded. "Is that scene very important to you?" Lu Yin didn't understand. "That seems to be just a legend and no details about it have ever been leaked." "That's right." Tianya thought about it for a moment before continuing. "We don't know what this scene represents, but we want to see if there's a possibility." Diawu retracted her gaze and coldly glanced at Xianxia. Nonsense. Lu Yin looked at Diawu. Diawu met Lu Yin's gaze and coldly said, seeing the scene is just one reason. Since ancient times so many Xianxians have never seen one and we don't have any hope. What we want the most is to get close to Xianxian and kill him. Lu Yin was stunned. Kill Xianxian? Diawu proudly replied, that's right. Kill him, and if we fail we'll mess up this spiritual universe. It's best if we mess up the unified cultivation model. The messier the better. Lu Yin blinked. Wasn't that the same as him? Why? Xianxia laughed and shook his head. We've made a fool of ourselves. With our strength, isn't it laughable to say that we want to kill Xianxian? Diawu wanted to retort, but when she thought about the battle from before, she deflated. Xianxia looked at her. I already said that the time wasn't right and we weren't strong enough. You didn't believe me and fought with me for so many years. If I hadn't held you back, you would have already died at Xianxian's hands. Diawu glared at him. Shut up. Xianxia fell silent. If not for the fact that he knew that they weren't aware of the outside world, Lu Yin would have thought that they were pandering to him. This was too much of a coincidence. These two had the same goal as him. He curiously asked, why do you want to kill Xianxian? Xianxia replied, since things have already gotten to this point, there's no harm in telling you. After all, our lives are in your hands. Diawu and I are husband and wife, but we're also fellow apprentices. Our master is Elder Xianxia, who is also Diawu's grandfather. Chapter 3487. Old Man Beneath the Stars? Lu Yin seemed to have heard of him before. Old Tao had mentioned him on the way to Sun City. It seems that you don't know much about Old Man Beneath the Stars. That's right, you're still young, so it's normal that you don't know much about him. But if you've been to Ring Sun City, you might have heard of the legend of Old Man Beneath the Stars. Old Man Beneath the Stars once left a water tower in Ring Sun City, which once surpassed Xianxian. But with his death, the water tower was forcefully dispersed. He was of the same generation as Xianxian, and they both became Sky Xianxian at the same time. At the same time, they both saw a miraculous scene on the day of sacrifice. But he was killed by Xianxian. Diawu clenched her fists, her eyes bloodshot. My grandfather is Xianxian. Back then Xianxian couldn't compare to my grandfather at all. Xianxian's position originally belonged to my grandfather, but Xianxian ambushed my grandfather in the name of exchanging pointers, killing him and erasing his legend. No one in the spiritualized universe mentions Old Man Beneath the Stars because of Xianxian. I want to get rid of Xianxian and take revenge for my grandfather. Xianxia nodded. Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain and Xianxian killed him. We must take revenge, but after so many years I know how strong Xianxian is. He's far beyond our reach. Diawu and I aren't strong enough to kill Xianxian, far from it. Diawu was impulsive and wanted to kill her way to beyond the stars, but she couldn't do it alone. We can only become stronger if we work together, but I don't want to die for nothing. This is why we've been fighting for so many years. We had an agreement to become Xianxian and get close to him. That's the only way to kill him, and the opportunity lies in Thunderous World. Diawu despaired. But this move can't even hurt you, let alone Xianxian. Lu Yin agreed. You can't hurt him. He can kill you with a single slap. Xianxia was helpless. The truth was just too unpleasant to listen to. Diawu clenched her fists. Heavenly lightning is our only chance at killing Xianxian. If we can't even use it, I really don't know what to do. Xianxia said bitterly. If we cultivate, we won't be able to live longer than Xianxian. Xianxian has a very high chance of attaining eternal life. Back then Xianxian sent experts to invade the Tianyuan cosmos, hoping to achieve eternal life by rebooting the Tianyuan cosmos. We wanted to destroy it back then, but we were powerless. We can't even ruin his plan and we still want to kill him? How laughable. Diawu was unwilling. Even if that's the case, we have to get close to him first. We have to get Xianxian's position. Xianxia placed his hand on Diawu's. Diawu's body trembled, but she didn't push him away and allowed him to hold her. For so many years Xianxia had allowed her to be capricious and fought with her until now. She felt guilty and her heart ached for him. This man could be famous throughout the universe. Whether it was in the 36 domains or the heavens beyond, he could be a top-notch master. But he had accompanied her to bear this hatred. He had long since repaid the favor of her grandfather's teachings, and he had only stayed here for her. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. Everyone had their own story, but Dancing Butterfly's story coincided with his goal. As he thought about it, a karmic spiral appeared at his fingertip and pierced through Dancing Butterfly's horizon. Dancing Butterfly's horizon sensed something. They couldn't see the karmic spiral, but they felt as if something was about to attack them. Just like Mr. Lee, they couldn't see it, but they could feel it. However, they couldn't avoid it. Mr. Lee was a powerhouse who had undergone bitter adversity, so he could avoid it. When the karmic spiral pierced through them, the feeling became even clearer. Dancing Butterfly's horizon closed his eyes and didn't resist, as he couldn't. They didn't know what Lu Yin had done to them. Death or suppression. It didn't matter. This was the path they had chosen. There was no hatred or resentment, only unwillingness. The karmic spiral continued to pierce through Dancing Butterfly's horizon, and Lu Yin could see the karmic threads and the past. He couldn't see everything clearly, as this was different from the Dai's possession. However, he could use the karmic threads to sort out the relationship. At the very least, he could be sure that Dancing Butterfly's horizon hadn't lied to him. They truly didn't know about the Dayu Villa, and they didn't know that he was the third master. They truly did want to kill Xianxia. Of these two, one was loyal while the other was stubborn. The stubborn one was still rational and didn't kill his way to outer sky alone. He had to hold the other one back. Otherwise, the two would have died long ago. These two were connected by a thread. No matter how one wanted to go in another direction, he had to drag the other along while the other desperately retreated. Interesting. Speaking of which, what you want to do is the same as me, Lu Yin said as he took a sip of tea. Dancing Butterfly's horizon looked at Lu Yin, not understanding what he meant. Lu Yin smiled. Let's go out and take a look. Come back and talk to me. Dancing Butterfly's horizon and Mr. Lee looked at each other, even more confused. You want to let us go? Lu Yin said, you'll come back. The two stood up. If they could avoid death, neither of them wanted to die. What do you mean? Dancing Butterfly couldn't help but ask. Lu Yin didn't say anything and just sat there calmly, sipping his tea. Horizon pulled Dancing Butterfly away and left the continent. After they left, Lu Yin looked at the peach garden. The scenery was pretty good, and it was a stark contrast to the desolate land in the distance. Old Tao and the others came over. Boss, are you injured? Startoad stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, I'm fine. The tea here is pretty good. May pour some tea. Palace Mistress Yao was very obedient and poured tea for them. Only then did Lu Yin look into the distance. He hadn't expected Dancing Butterfly's horizon to have such a paradise here. The outside world had always said that Dancing Butterfly's horizon was a place where they would fight to the death, but this was also their life. Lu Yin stayed in the peach garden and thought about Thunderclap World. He couldn't block it in an instant, so would Xianxia be able to block it? This move definitely wouldn't be able to injure Xianxia, but if it could stun Xianxia, then the primogenitor might be able to heavily injure him. The most terrifying thing about Xianxia wasn't his strength, but his inability to see through it. No one knew his true strength. Outside the continent, the group of people watching Lu Yin were confused when they saw Dancing Butterfly's horizon leave. Had the third boss personality changed? He hadn't captured Dancing Butterfly's horizon? They wanted to ask Dancing Butterfly what had happened, but they didn't have the courage to do so. Dancing Butterfly's horizon had lost to Lu Yin, but he wasn't someone these people could provoke. Even the 7 major powers didn't dare to casually provoke Dancing Butterfly's horizon. They were all spirit primes, and if they worked together they could rival Xianxia. A few days later, Lu Yin was still drinking tea in the peach garden as Palace Mistress Yao waited on him respectfully. Dancing Butterfly's horizon had returned. Palace Mistress Yao and the others had left. Lu Yin put down his teacup and looked over. You're faster than I expected. Dancing Butterfly's horizon looked at Lu Yin strangely. They had specifically asked around about this person over the past few days, and only now did they understand who they had fought. How could such a person appear in this spiritualized universe? Dayu Villa was known for breaking the rules and provoking beyond heaven. This third boss was even more ruthless, saying that he would carve words outside the palace. This wasn't just a matter of provoking beyond heaven and Xianxia. He was clearly rebelling against the spiritualized universe. This person was much more ruthless than them. You're really rebelling against the spiritualized universe? Diawu asked in a daze. Lu Yin smiled. Yes, together? What? Horizon felt a sense of danger. This person's goal was the same as theirs, but they couldn't tell who this person was or what his status was. There were many rumors in the outside world, but there was one that they were almost certain was true. This person was from the Tianyuan universe. Dayu Villa was from the Tianyuan universe and the first boss was Primal Origin. However, even Primal Origin might not be able to surpass this person in terms of strength. This person was definitely on the same level as Xianxia. They had asked around on the first day they had left, and because of their misgivings, they had continued to ask around and discuss. In the end, Diawu had confirmed that they had returned. This was a chance to deal with Xianxia. They couldn't deal with Xianxia by themselves. Lu Yin was certain that they would return because of Diawu. Diawu had a stubborn personality, and she had wanted to drag Horizon to beyond heaven for so many years. She wouldn't give up on such an opportunity. If it was just Horizon, Lu Yin wouldn't be so sure. This person was actually very rational. The more he was like Lu Yin, the more he didn't want to interact with him because he didn't understand him. Lu Yin poured some tea for them. I'm from the Tianyuan universe. The two weren't surprised. The Tianyuan universe is about to be reactivated. I knew about it so I came, Lu Yin said directly. Horizon asked, you want to overturn the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin laughed. You can say that, but it's not that exaggerated. As long as we deal with Xianxia, the spiritualized universe won't be a threat to the Tianyuan universe. Your spiritualized universe has looked down on the Tianyuan universe for so many years, believing that Primal Origin had already set things up and that any random person would be able to invade and reactivate the Tianyuan universe. In reality, the Tianyuan universe is stronger than you think. Horizon sighed. From your strength we can see that. Diawu's eyes lit up. We don't have any thoughts of reactivating the Tianyuan universe. Eternal life is too illusory. I just want to kill Xianxia. Can you do that? Lu Yin looked up at her. It'll be difficult. Diawu didn't refute him as it was indeed difficult. Xianxia's strength is unknown, and that's the most difficult part. If we can see through him then it'll be possible. Lu Yin put down his teacup. You can forget about Xianxia's position. You won't be able to do it with your strength. After all, you'll need to work together. I'll fight for Xianxia's position and get close to him to test his strength. This time, Diawu didn't retort. Everyone had the same goal, and Lu Yin was more suitable than them to test Xianxia's strength, especially since they didn't even know how strong Lu Yin was. To them, Lu Yin and Xianxia were both monsters. If one monster went looking for trouble with another, why not? The two stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Even if dealing with Xianxia was part of your plan, we from Dancing Butterfly World will remember this favor. Please accept our bow. Chapter 3488. Lu Yin did not stop them as Diawu Tian and Tianya were not bowing to him, but rather to Xianxia. It did not matter if the person standing here was Lu Yin or someone else. Even if it was the Dayu Villa's archenemy, they would still bow. Third Master, does the Dayu Villa still welcome us? Diawu asked. Tianya glanced at Diawu as he had not expected her to want to join the Dayu Villa. Joining the Dayu Villa and dealing with Xianxia seemed the same, but they were actually different. Xianxia could not represent the entire spiritualized universe. Even if they dealt with him, someone else could still replace him and they would only be his enemies. However, joining the Dayu Villa was different. The Dayu Villa represented the Tianyuan universe, and once they joined they would become enemies with the entire spiritualized universe. Even if they dealt with Xianxia in the end, the spiritualized universe would not tolerate them. These were two different concepts. However, Tianya did not stop her. Diawu's personality was just like that. She might seem rash, but she had her own thoughts. Otherwise, she would not have forced him to kill his way to heaven beyond heaven with her. She might seem rash, but beneath her impulsiveness hid her intelligence. Lu Yin looked at Diawu. You want to join the Dayu Villa? Diawu nodded. Lu Yin continued, the Dayu Villa welcomes you, but are you sure? Diawu's expression was serious. I won't regret it. Tianya added, I won't regret it. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. All right. Actually, the Tianyuan universe has no intention of destroying the three universes. Anyone can join the Dayu Villa, and we only care about good and evil. We don't care about your past. We welcome you. It's not just us. Diao Wu continued, after so many years, even if we did not actively learn about the outside world, we still came into contact with some people and made some friends. Those people have similar experiences to us, and most of them are not tolerated by the spiritualized universe. Can they join the Dayu Villa? Lu Yin smiled. The Dayu Villa's rule is that we only care about good and evil and we don't care about your past. As long as you can guarantee this, you can join. Not long after, Diao Wu and Xianxia left. They looked back at the mainland. After this farewell, their lives had changed once again. The last time they had changed their lives was when Elder Beneath the Stars had died, and they had spent the rest of their lives in hatred. This time they were waiting for revenge. Why should we join the Dayu Villa? Diao Wu calmly asked. Do you think this person is telling the truth? This is what we confirmed in the outside world. If it was fake, we wouldn't have returned, World's Edge said. Diao Wu looked at him. Do you still not understand grandfather's death? The universe is very cruel. One moment you can be close friends, but the next moment life and death can be determined. He represented the Tian Yuan universe, established the Great Yu Mountain Manor, and provoked the realm beyond heaven. He seems to be at odds with Yusang Heaven, but what if Yusang Heaven gives up on restarting the Tian Yuan universe? Xianxia withdrew his gaze and sighed. What if this person also wants to step into the eternal realm through rebooting the universe? The eternal life realm is every cultivator's dream. Once they step into it, they will be free from life and death. How could they care about the rise and fall of the universe's creatures? He can definitely create another Tian Yuan universe. Xianxia, you're too naive about the world of cultivation. The more they can deal with Yusang Tian, the more likely they are to cooperate with Yusang Tian. Such people are monsters in the universe, the world of cultivation, and even humans. Because this is the chessboard of these monsters. They can do whatever they want. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, what does this have to do with you joining the Dayu Manor? Will you be able to stop them if you join them? Diao Wu's gaze was resolute. At least I'll be close enough to see it clearly. On the mainland within the Peach Garden, Lu Yin had not expected Diao Wu to join the Dayu Manor. He could see that Diao Wu was wary of him. It seemed like she had taken the initiative to join the Dayu Manor, but it was precisely because of this that she did not trust him. Xianxia was not blinded by hatred, and he had his own way of looking at the world. Diao Wu was blinded by hatred, but she was not stupid. These two people joining the Dayu Manor had increased its strength, and it did not matter how they viewed the Dayu Manor or Lu Yin. Their joining the Dayu Manor also meant that the spiritualized universe had lost 2 experts. Congratulations, Master. The Dayu Manor has gained 2 more experts, Old Tao congratulated. Lu Yin's expression was calm. You're also the second in command of the Dayu Manor. Congratulate yourself. The title of second in command disgusted Old Tao. He did not enjoy the benefits of being the second in command, but he had to bear the infamy of being the second in command. It would be fine if the Dayu Manor could persevere, but if it could not, he would definitely be one of the unluckiest people. Next, Lu Yin said. Old Tao's body trembled. Master, you're still looking for experts? Lu Yin naturally replied, there are so many experts here. If they all listen to Yusang Tian and cause trouble for me, the Dayu Manor might not be able to hold on. Now that we have a chance to deal with them one by one, it's much more convenient. Old Tao hesitated. Lu Yin looked at him. What's wrong? Old Tao replied, there have indeed been a few remaining experts since ancient times. Some are waiting for death in the Gate of Techniques, choosing to make their final contributions to the Sequence Foundation. Others have gone into hiding and are unwilling to contribute their strength, but they are also waiting for death. There are also some who want to fight for Sang Tian's position. No matter how long it has been since ancient times, there is a limit to the number of remaining experts. We've already dealt with Zhen, Daylily, and Dancing Butterfly. I believe that there shouldn't be any more experts left to fight for Sang Tian's position. Even if there are, they're hidden within the various great powers, especially the 7 great powers. For example, Heaven's Hand has such existences, so it doesn't matter if we look for them in the outside world. Lu Yin stared at him. You said a lot. Why? Is the next one hard to deal with? Old Tao looked at Lu Yin and muttered, the Plain Master's path. Plain Master Dao? Palace Master Yao and Kai Kiching were surprised. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Looks like he's a big shot. Why are you looking for Master Su Dao? Palace Master Yao was puzzled. Old Tao smiled bitterly. This is the name list given by the Heavenly Hand. The Heavenly Hand hopes to borrow the third leader's hand to eliminate some experts who are competing for the position of Xianxia. The first few people are all like this. This Su Shidao is the last person on the list. Plain Master Dao doesn't fight for the position of Xianxia. Palace Master Yao said. Lu Yin frowned. Not competing for Xianxia's position. Old Tao nodded his head. That's why I advised the head not to look for him. The Plain Master sect will not fight for Xianxia's position. The reason why Heaven Hand placed the Plain Master sect last on the list is definitely because he wants to use the Plain Master sect to deal with the head. Because the Plain Master sect will not fight for Xianxia's position, the head might fight for it instead. When Heaven's Hand kills people other than assassination, there are also schemes. This is a scheme. Lu Yin did not care about what Sky Hand thought. There were enemies everywhere in the spiritualized universe, and it was normal for others to scheme against him. However, he was more interested in this Master Su Dao. Tian Shou actually has the confidence to borrow Su Shi. Were they not afraid that Lu Yin would seek trouble with Heaven's Hand if the Plain Master sect was defeated? Clearly they were very confident in the Master Su Dao. Who is this Master Su Dao? Old Tao's expression was stern. An old monster from the bitter adversity. Lu Yin was not surprised. Whether it was the primordial realm or the bitter adversity, they were all the same. The difference in battle prowess was not based on these two factors. Of course, when some people reached the bitter adversity level, their strength would increase greatly, but that would be because they had comprehended something at that level and not because they had broken through. The people he had dealt with before were all primordial realm experts, who could only be said to be qualified to fight for Xianxia's position. The ones who could truly secure Xianxia's position were the bitter adversity experts. How was it possible for an expert who had not reached the bitter adversity level to fight for Xianxia's position? These experts might be hidden in the 7 great organizations. There were already quite a few experts in the outside world, and they were all independent cultivators. 2 years ago, Meng Xianxian won the competition for Xianxia's position. That time the Plain Master sect also took action and fought with Meng Xianxian. If not for their bad luck, Meng Xianxian would have lost. Many people say that the Plain Master sect does not lack strength but rather luck. They are truly comparable to Xianxian, and they might even surpass Meng Xianxian and Baoqi. However, after that battle, the Plain Master sect announced that they would no longer compete for Xianxia's position. As a result, they did not take action during Baoqi's battle for Xianxia's position. Otherwise they would have replaced Baoqi and become Xianxian. This is a true expert on the same level as Xianxian. Lu Yin listened calmly. Xianxian? It was not like he had not fought against him before. Meng Xianxian had been defeated by him, and Baoqi and Yi Xianxian had not been his opponents. The spiritualized universe had not seen through his true strength. In the previous battles he had not used his full strength. Otherwise, whether it was Zhen, the carefree old man, or Dancing Butterfly in the world, none of them would have had a chance to fight. He could have killed them with just his consciousness. Lu Yin had attacked time and time again, raising the level of the spiritualized universe's strength until he could finally defeat Yu Xianxian. This was Lu Yin's path. Dancing Butterfly in the world had seen it clearly. Thunderous World's attack was not weak, and it had been created to kill Yu Xianxian. However, because this attack had not been able to injure Lu Yin at all, they could see that Lu Yin might be a monster on the same level as Yu Xianxian. However, even Old Tao could not see through this level. The Plain Master sect is known as the Numinous Treasure Grand Heavenly Master, and he is the #1 Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master in the spiritualized universe. His eternal sword can cut through everything, and his sword Dao River can shake the spiritualized universe. He is very strong, and even Yu Xianxian praises him. Out of the 7 great Xianxians, not many can defeat the Plain Master sect, Palace Mistress Yao continued. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master? Source boxes existed throughout the universe, not just in the Tianyuan universe. Source boxes were known as spirit treasures in the spiritualized universe. The Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master corresponded to the Origin Array Heavenly Master in the Tianyuan universe. The Plain Master sect was actually the strongest Origin Array Heavenly Master in the spiritualized universe. This was something that Lu Yin had not expected. It had been a long time since he had last unlocked a source box. Old Tao's expression turned solemn. That's right. The Plain Master sect is the Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master, and he controls one of the 36 domains, the Numinous Treasure region. He is in charge of the Numinous Treasure Association and has great influence in the spiritualized universe. If not for that, Sky's Hand would not have had the confidence to use this person to deal with Master. Master, we should not provoke the Plain Master sect if we can. He will not compete for the position of Xianxia, so he is not a threat to us. Lu Yin did not mind and asked, "Where is Bao Qi? Any news?" Old Tao hesitated again. Chapter 3489. Seeing Old Tao hesitate, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Speak." "There's news," but Sky's Hand replied that Bao Qi's location has been stored in the Numinous Treasure Association at the bottom of the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder, Old Tao said. Lu Yin did not understand. 9-step Celestial Master Ladder? Old Tao said, the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder is the most important event in the Numinous Treasure Association. Anyone who wants to become a Heavenly Master of Numinous Treasure has to climb the Celestial Master Ladder. If the association has one Heavenly Master of Numinous Treasure, the Celestial Master Ladder will only have 1 step. If there are 2 Heavenly Masters, there will be 2 steps, and so on. Now there are 9 Heavenly Masters of Numinous Treasure in the association. The Celestial Master Ladder has 9 steps. Only by climbing the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder can one become a Heavenly Master of Numinous Treasure Association and have the right to create a ladder. Sky's Hand hid Bao Qi's location at the bottom of the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder. The Celestial Master Ladder is located in the innermost area of the association. Once one approaches it, one will have to challenge the ladder. This is to force the owner to stand against the association. Because to the Numinous Treasure Society, if one approaches the Celestial Master staircase but does not challenge them, and is not even a Numinous Treasure Master, that is a provocation. Kai Keqing could not help but say, "That's too vicious." Old Tao was helpless. This is the Sky's Hand's method. The Sky's Hand is notorious in the spiritualized universe. Although they created the White Spirit list, people still remember their assassinations. The Sky's Hand has committed many murders in the spiritualized universe, but because they are powerful and one of the 7 major powers, no one dares to provoke them. They also have the backing of Beyond Sky. The Sky's Hand doesn't necessarily kill people personally. It's normal to use external forces. Lu Yin laughed. For example, Jin Wang Yu Lao and Dancing Butterfly, right? Old Tao did not answer. Lu Yin was indeed used by the Sky's Hand, but he was willing to do so. Today the Sky's Hand had used him and forced him to stand against the Numinous Treasure Association, forcing them to take action. It was indeed vicious. Unless he did not want Bao Qi's position, he would definitely stand against the Numinous Treasure Association and cause the Master Su sect to take action. This was an open conspiracy. Lu Yin stood up. "Let's go." Where? Old Tao was stunned. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Treasure region. Old Tao and the rest were astonished. "Boss, are you really going against the Numinous Treasure Society? The Spiritual Treasure Association is definitely not weak. Although it is not at the level of the 7 superpowers, it is not far off. Especially the Plain Master sect, it is definitely not weaker than Revered Qi. His spiritual treasure array is extremely terrifying. Think twice." Palace Master Yao also advised, "It's best not to provoke the Numinous Treasure Association. They have an endless array of Numinous Treasure arrays. The threat they pose is completely different from that of cultivators." Lu Yin stretched lazily. "What can I do? I must know Bao Qi's whereabouts, but Old Tao, are you sure the location given by Heavenly Hand is not fake?" Old Tao said with certainty, "The Heavenly Hand envoy is a murderer, but there is no deception in this conspiracy. Otherwise, the black and white spiritual lists would be invalid. Since they said that they hid Bao Qi's position under the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder, it can't be fake. This is Heaven's Hand's insistence." Lu Yin found it funny. An assassin organization still has persistence? Interesting. Let's go Spirit Treasure Realm. I also want to see the source box array of this spiritualized universe. The Star Toad stuck out his tongue. He did not know what these people were worried about. This kid was the number 1 origin array Heavenly Master in the Tianyuan universe. Right, they did not know. How could the spiritualized universe's people know how many abilities Lu Yin had grasped? Old Tao could only lead the way to the spirit treasure realm with apprehension. He kept praying that Lu Yin would not go against the Numinous Treasure Association. The Numinous Treasure Association seemed to be a loose organization, but it was actually very united. Going against them would be very troublesome. Very troublesome. At the same time, in the Supreme Heaven Palace in the Beyond Heaven, Xianxia had his hands behind his back as he looked in a certain direction. Plain Masterpath. From where Xianxia was looking, there was a domain called the Spirit Treasure Realm. The Spirit Treasure Realm was different from other domains. Anyone was allowed to enter, but no one dared to casually enter because it was filled with danger. The spiritualized universe's cultivation method was unified, and some resources were also unified. All the numinous treasures were stored in the Spirit Treasure Realm. It was not a proper place to store them. The Zhikong domain had simply thrown all the numinous treasures in the spiritualized universe into the Spirit Treasure Realm. It was once said that if there was a day when the Spirit Treasure Realm no longer had the danger of numinous treasures, then the spiritualized universe would no longer be limited by numinous treasures. One could unlock, set up, and completely grasp this path. How many numinous treasures were there in the spiritualized universe? No one knew. All of the numinous treasures were left in the Spirit Treasure Realm, which led to numinous treasures being filled with danger. It was possible that there would be danger in the next step even if there was none at this step. This also led to the Spirit Treasure Realm being the holy land of all the spiritualized universe's lockbreakers. They could only go to the Spirit Treasure Realm as they could not find any numinous treasures anywhere else. The Zhikong domain's methods continuously raised the level of the spiritualized universe's lockbreakers. The Spirit Treasure Association had 9 heavenly masters, but that was not all of the spiritualized universe's members. There were at least 50 heavenly masters in the entire spiritualized universe. More than 50? Lu Yin was shocked. Old Tao was certain. At least 50, not including the Plain Master's path. Lu Yin sighed. The Zhikong domain is indeed smart. Any numinous treasures that appear in the spiritualized universe must be thrown into the Spirit Treasure Realm. This method not only solves the problem of lockbreakers not needing to search for numinous treasures, but it also gathers all the lockbreakers into the Spirit Treasure Realm. They can cultivate, compete, and learn from each other, which greatly increases the level of lockbreakers. More than 50 heavenly masters was a number far greater than the Tianyuan universes. In the entire Tianyuan universe, there were only 10 to 20 origin heavenly masters, which was less than half of the spiritualized universe's total. And this was an optimistic estimate. If there were only a few origin heavenly masters in the reincarnation spacetime, then there would not even be 10 in total. The spiritualized universe was one step ahead of the rest. Old Tao tried to persuade Lu Yin again. Boss, although most of the heavenly masters have not joined the Spirit Treasure Association, their relationship with them is quite good. If you offend them, then the heavenly masters represented their lock-breaking ability, not their actual strength. In a one-on-one battle, a heavenly master might not necessarily be a match for a sequence law powerhouse, and they might not even necessarily win against a progenitor. However, the heavenly masters were most formidable in their source box arrays. If they were given enough time, they could easily kill anyone. Dozens of heavenly masters meant that there were more than 100 source box arrays, or even more than 200. This was a terrifying number, and if all of them were thrown into the Dayu Villa, just thinking about it gave Lu Yin a headache. Lu Yin exhaled, and this feeling was similar to when he had gone to the Intent Realm and learned of Sovereign Chi's existence. The spiritualized universe had a deep foundation, and the Tianyuan universe could not compare to it. After all, they all had the same cultivation method and the same distribution of resources. The Tianyuan universe was like a lunatic with 4 limbs and a brain, but the spiritualized universe was like a complete person with intelligence and the ability to act. However, there was a fine line between a lunatic and a genius. In the depths of the Spirit Treasure Realm, black and white intermingled. The mountains, waters, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and insects were all black and white. This was a world of black and white. An old man sat alone on a fishing platform, leisurely and contented. Plain Master Sect, a low voice said. The old man opened his eyes. Xianxia, what's the matter? Are you satisfied with that battle back then? The old man calmly looked at the lake. The lake water was black, but the fish swimming at the bottom were white. It was very conspicuous, but even so he still could not catch any. So what if I'm satisfied? So what if I'm not? If you're not satisfied, you can continue to fight for Sang Tian's position. I'm old and I don't have the heart for that. You should know that there was a hidden story behind that battle. The old man's eyes flashed. What hidden story? There was a hidden story. Are you satisfied? The old man put down his fishing rod. You're not satisfied? Tell me, what are your conditions? The third master of the Dayu Manor is coming. Suppress him or kill him. The old man picked up his fishing rod again. That third master is not to be trifled with. He's coming for you. If he comes for me, I'll accompany him. The old man looked at the bottom of the lake in a daze. The white fish occasionally approached him, but they quickly left. Before they left, they even swung their tails, splashing water on the old man. It was intentional. The old man smiled and did not mind. He continued to fish. The spirit treasure realm was in the lower half of the word spirit in the 36 realms. It was one of the few realms with absolute strength that was not in the upper half. The distance from the continent of the dancing butterfly world to the spirit treasure realm was not close, but it was not far either. After Lu Yin's group left the continent, the people who were watching them were guessing their destination. There were some realms in that direction as well as some starry sky cities or strange places. When Lu Yin's group headed in that direction, many cultivators in that direction ran away. The higher their cultivation, the faster they ran. They did not dare to stay behind, afraid that Lu Yin would cause trouble for them. Skyhand was relieved as that direction was the spirit treasure realm. The closer they got to the spirit treasure realm, the more worried Old Tao became. Offending the Spirit Treasure Association was different from offending one of the 7 great powers. Offending one of the 7 great powers was one thing, but the Spirit Treasure Association did not have any conflicts of interest with the other powers. The other powers still wanted to curry favor with the Spirit Treasure Association. Offending the Spirit Treasure Association would not be any better than provoking the realm beyond heaven. Of course, Old Tao did not dare to say such things. Looking at the Dayu Manor's actions, they were challenging the spiritualized universe's bottom line. Why had Lu Yin brought Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Kiching out? Yu Shan was still tied up in Boundless, which was a provocation. If Old Tao had said such things, the third master would have been even happier. He could not speak of his troubles. As they got closer to the spirit treasure realm, the atmosphere began to change. Lu Yin saw a few lockbreakers. Lockbreakers and cultivators had different auras, and it was usually easy to distinguish them. These lockbreakers were not afraid of Lu Yin, and some of them even looked at him with shining eyes as if they were from 2 different worlds. Lu Yin felt nostalgic. When he had offended the Day-Night clan, he had relied on the Lockbreaker Society to survive. The Lockbreakers helped each other and were united, which had given him a chance to survive. In essence, he had a good impression of Lockbreakers. A few days later, a few youths blocked their path. Who are you people? Why are you blocking the way? Old Tao asked. The man in the middle stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin. May I ask if you are the Dayu Manor's third master? Lu Yin looked at him. He was a lockbreaker. That's me. Where are you going, third master? The man asked again. Lu Yin laughed. Do I need to tell you? Chapter 3490. The man took a deep breath. Our strength is no different from that of ants to you, third master. But we are not afraid of death. The realm of spirit treasure is just ahead of us. If you want to find trouble with the realm of spirit treasure, you can step over our dead bodies. Yes, you can step over our dead bodies. We are not afraid. The few of them stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin. Old Tao frowned. Disperse. It is not up to you to control what our master wants to do. The man said, we can't control you. You can kill us if you want, but please don't find trouble with the spirit treasure domain. The spirit treasure domain has always been peaceful and has never fought with the outside world. Old Tao looked at Lu Yin in a dilemma. Lu Yin looked at them. Who asked you to come? The few of them stared at Lu Yin. No one asked us to come. We don't want you to destroy the spirit treasure domain. We came on our own accord. The spirit treasure domain has the obligation to protect the spirit treasure domain. We are all members of the spirit treasure domain. Lu Yin looked at them. Karma spirals appeared on his fingertips and pierced through them. At the same time, Lu Yin looked at their karma lines. Master, I have completed it. Oh? Let me see. You have completed it well. Next we will go through the 100,000 mountains. 100,000 mountains? That's a lot. Ah, this is the spirit treasure domain. Every place and every corner may have a spirit treasure. My wish is to find all the spirit treasures in the spirit treasure domain and see what is sealed inside. Master, I will definitely help you. Master, don't die. It is all because of the killing intent of the spirit treasure. Master, cough cough. Disciple, don't blame the spirit treasure for its killing intent. You must be grateful. This is the charm of searching for spirit treasures and unlocking their secrets. I will leave first. I did not manage to cross the 100,000 mountains. Master, don't worry. I will be grateful. I will walk through the 100,000 mountains and fulfill your last wish. Ha ha. That's good. Brother Ning, can we escape to the spirit treasure domain? Will they really not chase after us? Don't worry. This is the spirit treasure domain. I am from the spirit treasure domain. They will not dare to come. Brother Ning, they are here. Hide behind me. Hey Brother Ning, they left again. It was the people from the Spirit Treasure Association. They helped us. I told you that we would be safe as long as we reached the Spirit Treasure region. The Spirit Treasure Association is the most united force in the universe. We survived. The karmic threads continued to appear, and scene after scene was imprinted into Lu Yin's eyes. When combined with the karmic spiral, Lu Yin was certain that these people had truly come to stop him on their own. In order to fulfill his master's last wish of crossing the 100,000 mountains, the man in the middle was grateful to the spirit treasure realm. The man and woman next to him swore to protect the realm of spirit treasure as they were saved by it. The remaining few people all had their own stories. They were all using their own methods to protect the realm of spirit treasure. In the beginning, they protected the realm of spirit treasure because they wanted to survive. But now, for the gratitude of surviving, they wanted to protect the realm of spirit treasure. The few of them stared at Lu Yin nervously. They had stepped forward with great courage, even though their hearts were not as calm as they seemed on the surface. The man in the middle clenched his teeth so hard that his gums were bleeding. The scene of his master's death kept replaying in his mind. He was grateful. Many people were watching this scene. Many hoped that Lu Yin would take action and offend the realm of spirit treasure. But thinking about it, the third head did not seem to care. After all, he had already offended the entire spiritualized universe. No matter how special the realm of spirit treasure was, it could not be separated from the realm beyond heaven. If the Dayu Villa became the enemy of the realm beyond heaven, it was the same as becoming the enemy of the realm of spirit treasure. There was no difference. You are insulting me. Lu Yin spoke. His tone was calm and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. The people in front were puzzled. How could they dare to insult the third head? Lu Yin stared at them. I said I want to challenge all the experts in the world. Can you represent all the experts in the world? Among the people in front, the man in the middle said, the realm of spirit treasure does not have the person you are looking for. Lu Yin laughed. You are insulting the realm of spirit treasure again. The realm of spirit treasure has the 9 great heavenly masters and the plain master sect that is known as the #1 heavenly master in the spiritualized universe. Now you are telling me that the experts in the world are not qualified to fight with me? Who gave you the guts? The man in the middle turned pale. I did not mean to insult the realm of spirit treasure. Beside him, a lady stood out and stared at Lu Yin with anger and fear. Don't bully people. The man in the middle quickly pulled the lady behind him and stared at Lu Yin cautiously. Lu Yin looked at the lady with interest. Little girl, you are very cute. Third head, this has nothing to do with her. The man in the middle was frightened. The people around him blocked the lady behind them. Lu Yin laughed. But she came with you. If I want to kill you, she will be included. The man in the middle wanted to say something, but he could not. The people around him were ashen-faced. The word kill was enough to make them tremble. That woman had a pretty face, and her temperament as a pretty daughter from a humble family was very lovable. Lu Yin looked at the lady. The lady looked at him and was shocked. She quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look at him again. Little girl, what is your name? The lady gritted her teeth. I will not tell you. If you want to kill me, then kill me. At most, I will be a tomboy in 20 years. Lu Yin was speechless. You don't look like a tomboy. I will stand out. The lady gathered her courage and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was amused. You said that I am a bully. Then how can I not be considered a bully? The people around him were surprised. He did not attack. The lady rolled her eyes and a cunning look flashed across her eyes. The domain of spirit treasures is in front of us. In the domain of spirit treasures we fight by unlocking spirit treasures. If you can beat us in this aspect then you are not a bully. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, that is the reason. The lady looked at Lu Yin expectantly. So, you want to compete with us in unlocking spirit treasures? Lu Yin's face was serious. I refuse. The lady was stunned. You. Lu Yin waved his hand and a gust of wind swept them away. Looking at them falling into the distance, Lu Yin laughed. I am in a good mood. I will not bully you. You are not worthy of being bullied by me. Ah. The few of them looked at the gliding pole and stood up awkwardly. They were powerless to stop him. Around them, the people who had been watching Lu Yin's group both openly and covertly ignored them and continued their pursuit. They looked at each other. Chase. The lady was angry. Chase, he is a bully. The domain of spirit treasures was very unique. As there could be spirit treasures hidden everywhere, the domain of spirit treasures was known as the most dangerous domain but also the safest. There was no need to worry about killing between cultivators. The only thing to be careful of was the danger of spirit treasures. The gliding pole landed and arrived at the domain of spirit treasures. Countless people in the domain of spirit treasures looked at them. Finally they were here. Lu Yin and the rest came all the way from the land of dancing butterflies. Looking at the direction, many people knew that his destination was the domain of spirit treasures. As for the person, it should be the sect of Su. Many people soared into the sky and tried to stop the gliding pole from heading towards the domain of spirit treasures. Third head, the person you are looking for is not in the domain of spirit treasures. Please leave. Third head, please leave. Old Tao waved his hand and wanted to chase these people away. However, some of them were as strong as Old Tao. Especially a middle-aged man who had the strength of a sequence law. He took all of Old Tao's attacks. Lu Yin looked up. It is boring to bully the younger generation. If you block my way again, don't blame me for attacking. In front of him, a group of people from the domain of spirit treasures were afraid. Lu Yin snorted and looked past them. He looked at the huge building in the center of the domain of spirit treasures. The domain of spirit treasures does not even dare to let me in? His voice formed a shockwave that tore through the sky and caused the world to rumble. It pressed towards the domain of spirit treasures. Within the domain of spirit treasures, a lady opened her eyes. Make way. In front of Lu Yin, the middle-aged man looked back and hesitated for a moment before making way. The gliding pole continued towards the domain of spirit treasures. In the depths of the domain of black and white, an old man looked at the lake calmly. What was meant to come had come. The entire domain of spirit treasures was boiling. Regardless of whether they were in seclusion or out, many of them had returned. It was as if they were united against a common enemy. The people of the domain of spirit treasures were united. This atmosphere was completely different from what Lu Yin had encountered in other domains. After those who were watching Lu Yin entered the domain of spirit treasures, many of them were unintentionally affected by the killing intent of the domain of spirit treasures and got into trouble. It was just like how Xianxia's group had been surrounded by debaters in the domain of spirit treasures. Some domains were not easy to enter. The gliding pole landed in the plaza of the domain of spirit treasures. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Countless gazes fell on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was leisurely and contented. Old Tao's heart trembled. He had been to the domain of spirit treasures before and each time he had not seen many people. Furthermore, no one had paid attention to him. It was unlike this time where everyone was watching them. The domain of spirit treasures might not have many powerhouses, but there were countless killing intents here. This was especially true within the domain of spirit treasures, where there was bound to be a spirit treasure array. Palace Mistress Yao took a deep breath. The domain of spirit treasures also made her feel pressured. Lu Yin looked underground. On the surface, there was nothing special about the domain of spirit treasures. It was just a huge building, but in reality there were huge spirit treasures underground. 1, 2, 3, 7, 9. There were a total of 9 huge spirit treasures. It was similar to the Lockbreaker Realms Neoverse Universe's 6 ancient spirit array, except that there were 3 more. This was the array that protected the domain of spirit treasures. Once they encountered an enemy, the array would activate and Lu Yin would not be able to immediately see how powerful this array was. The entire domain of spirit treasures contained countless spirit treasures, which was similar to the ancient spirit sea in the Lockbreaker realm. The ancient spirit sea also contained many source boxes, and every source box that was taken had to be placed inside. It seemed that the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe were similar in terms of lock-breaking. In front of them, a woman walked out from the plaza. She had a graceful temperament, and her gaze seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as she stared at Lu Yin. Everyone around her bowed. "Greetings, Heavenly Master Yuran." "Greetings, Heavenly Master Yuran." "Greetings, Yuran." Lu Yin's eyes twitched. "Heavenly Master Yuran?" She was the leader of the 9 Heavenly Masters of the domain of spirit treasures, and she was also the leader of the domain of spirit treasures. Although the Plain Master was the number 1 Heavenly Master of spirit treasures in the spiritualized universe, she had never asked about the domain of spirit treasures. Chapter 3491. Although Heavenly Master Yuran looked ordinary, he had a noble temperament. His eyes, in particular, left a deep impression. As for his strength, he was definitely not at the spiritual prime realm. This was similar to the Tianyuan universe. Lockbreakers put a lot of effort into lockbreaking, especially Origin Array Heavenly Masters. They were constantly researching source box arrays and neglected their cultivation. Origin Array Heavenly Masters were usually 1 level lower than cultivators. However, they had source box arrays to make up for it. In a one-on-one battle, Origin Array Heavenly Masters might be at a disadvantage, but as long as they had time to prepare, it was hard to say who would win. There were some things that only Origin Array Heavenly Masters could do. Heavenly Master Yuran faced Lu Yin. "Third Master, why have you come to the Numinous Treasure Association?" Lu Yin sat down lazily. "How do you know that I don't do things for others?" Heavenly Master Yuran's expression was indifferent. "The Numinous Treasure Association does not have the grievances that you are looking for. Even if it does, it is our internal matter and has nothing to do with outsiders." Sage Demu said the same. The Kai family said the same. "Ask Palace Mistress Yao next to me. The Jade Water Palace is the same. As an outsider I should not interfere, but I still do." Heavenly Master Yuran looked up. "Then you can ask everyone here who is willing to let an outsider interfere. The Numinous Treasure Association will deal with our own matters. We do not need to trouble outsiders," someone shouted. "Third Master, please go back. Even if someone is being treated unfairly, we will not allow outsiders to interfere." "No one invited, Third Master. We do not welcome you here. Please leave." Countless voices rang out, drowning Lu Yin and the others like a wave. Old Tao was helpless. This was the Numinous Treasure Association and they were extremely united. Even if someone wanted to use Lu Yin to seek justice, they would be despised by the entire association. This was different from the Kai family, the Daming region and the Jade Water Palace. It was different from all the outside powers. Unity was something that cultivation could not achieve. It was a kind of momentum, a kind of spirit, and a kind of belief that could overcome everything. These 2 words rarely appeared in the cultivation world and cultivators were not used to it. Lu Yin praised, as expected of the Numinous Treasure Association. "Heavenly Master Yuran is so confident. You are right. I do not do things for others' eyes." "Who is it?" "Plain Master Dao." Yuran was not surprised. Out of all the spiritual treasure realm and the entire spiritualized universe, the only one that Lu Yin was willing to fight was the Su Master's way. "Third Master, please return. Senior Su has long stopped caring about worldly affairs. Regardless of whether it's the battle for Mulberry Sky or the battle of the world's experts, it has nothing to do with Senior Su." Lu Yin looked at her. "I believe that. Then there's one more person." Yuran was puzzled. Other than the Plain Master, who else in the spirit treasure realm could catch the attention of the Third Master? "Who is it?" Lu Yin solemnly raised a hand and pointed at himself. "Me." Everyone was confused. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao and the others were all confused, as they had no idea what Lu Yin was talking about. Yuran was puzzled. "What do you mean, Third Master?" Lu Yin said with a serious face, "I have crossed the vast starry sky to come to the spirit treasure domain. I can't do anything and I can't see anyone. How do you expect me to put my face? If word gets out, how am I supposed to survive in this spiritualized universe? Do you want me to be stepped on by you?" Around them, everyone from the Spirit Treasure Guild scolded, and the noise spread through the starry sky. In the corner, those who stopped Lu Yin were also angry. He was looking for trouble. He was the one who asked for it and no one invited him. What did his face have to do with the spirit treasure realm? Yuran raised his hand and suppressed his voice. He stared at Lu Yin. Then what do you want? Lu Yin stood up and looked in a direction. I heard that the Spirit Treasure Guild has the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder. Let me see. Before Yuran could speak, someone from another direction rejected him. It was another heavenly master. The 9-step Celestial Master Ladder is the sacred ground of the Spirit Treasure Guild. Anyone who steps on it must have the determination to join the Spirit Treasure Guild. Ascending the 9 steps to become a heavenly master is a difficult process, but also the most sincere one. Over the years, there have been countless people who wanted to join the Spirit Treasure Guild to become a heavenly master, but only a few succeeded. Only those who have become a heavenly master can go there. The rest are not qualified. Yuran said solemnly, Third Master, there is nothing to see on the 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder. It is meaningless to those who do not understand the Spirit Treasure Guild. What if I have to see it? Lu Yin said proudly. Yuran's face darkened. Either you are qualified to challenge the 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder, or the Spirit Treasure Guild will be united. Even if we are all killed, we will protect our dignity. Is it that serious? Lu Yin was surprised. Old Tao whispered, Yes, it is. Since ancient times, many powerful heavenly masters have died on the Celestial Master Ladder. It is the place everyone in the Spirit Treasure Guild yearns for. There are dozens of heavenly masters in the spiritualized universe, but there are only 9 in the Spirit Treasure Guild. It is not that they do not want to join, but that they cannot pass the Celestial Master Ladder. No one can humiliate the Celestial Master Ladder, Yuran said loudly. Lu Yin frowned. This heaven's hand was really capable. No one could get close to the Celestial Master Ladder, but they could hide something. Either they were powerful enough to avoid the entire Spirit Treasure Guild, or they were one of the 9 heavenly masters and could get close. Lu Yin believed that it was the latter. Everyone in the Spirit Treasure Guild stared at Lu Yin, as if they would attack him if he dared to humiliate the Celestial Master Ladder. Lu Yin stretched lazily. I'm someone who does as I please. I don't care about Sang Sky or Outer Sky. I don't care about the Extreme Palace or the Ultimate Pinnacle. How could I be threatened by you? I'm going to watch the Celestial Master Staircase. With that, he vanished. Yuran was shocked. Stop it. Possible no one would want to fight to the death with someone as ruthless as Lu Yin. Lu Yin had defeated many experts along the way, but they were all experts who were thought to be dead. If the Spirit Treasure Guild really wanted to fight to the death with Lu Yin, the outcome would be worse than the artistic conception. Yuran hoped to pressure Lu Yin with the entire Spirit Treasure Guild, but if the pressure was not enough to make Lu Yin retreat, the only thing that awaited them was a fight to the death. The 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder was located in a corner of the Spirit Treasure Guild. It was the same height as the main hall of the Spirit Treasure Guild and was one of the highest places in the guild. No one could stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin arrived at the bottom of the 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder in a flash. Behind him, the 2 guards of the Celestial Master Ladder looked at him blankly. Yuran saw Lu Yin appear at the bottom of the Celestial Master Ladder and his heart sank. It was too late. The people of the Spirit Treasure Guild followed. At this moment the air was silent. Lu Yin looked at the bottom of the Celestial Master Ladder and found it. You. Lu Yin turned around and smiled at the 2. You've worked hard. You humiliated the Celestial Master Ladder, kill him. Someone was furious, his eyes red and was about to attack. Yuran shouted, Third Master, you want to fight to the death with the Spirit Treasure Guild? Lu Yin looked at the murderous intent of countless people from the Spirit Treasure Guild. These people really wanted to attack. In the square, Old Tao and the others were also surrounded. The atmosphere dropped to the freezing point and a fight could happen at any time. Old Tao broke out in cold sweat. Master, following you is too exciting. He would never have thought that he would be besieged by the entire Spirit Treasure Guild. How many Spirit Treasure Guilds would descend? Palace Master Yao was alert. It was difficult to kill out of the Spirit Treasure Guild. This was going to be a tough battle. Kai Keqing was also moved. The 3rd Master's ability to cause trouble was too strong. The Star Toad's body changed from gold to a colorful color. Although this guy could lock break, it would be troublesome if the opponent did not give them time to fight. Su Wang and Li Shou put down their poles and bared their teeth at the surroundings. Those who had been following Lu Yin retreated. Sure enough, the third master had angered the entire Spirit Treasure Guild and sent them to test the Dayu Villa's strength. The Spirit Treasure Realm was silent at this moment. Everyone was waiting for the first person to make a move. At the bottom of the Celestial Master Ladder, Lu Yin looked around. Why are you so nervous? This Celestial Master Ladder is difficult to climb? Yuran stared at Lu Yin and scanned the ground. It seemed that he had to use this array. Suddenly she looked up at Lu Yin and was stunned. What was going on? Lu Yin had stepped onto the Celestial Master Ladder without anyone noticing. This was nothing. What really stunned Yuran was the reaction of the ladder. It was very calm. How could this be? Could it be that the third master also knew how to unlock spirit treasures? It wasn't just Yuran. Everyone was stunned. In the plaza, Old Tao and the others also saw the scene from afar. Did the third master know how to unlock spirit treasures? Palace Mistress Yao Kai Kiching and the others were all stunned. Only the star toad rolled its eyes. The atmosphere had been so tense that it had thought that a fight would break out. Its body turned golden again. It was a good show to watch. No one in the spiritualized universe knew that this kid was the most powerful origin array heavenly master in the Tianyuan universe. This was equivalent to the Tianyuan universe messing with the spiritualized universe. Interesting. It stared at the Celestial Master Ladder. Lu Yin took another step onto the Celestial Master Ladder and stood firmly on the first step. He stood on the first step of the 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder. Yuran felt like she had seen a ghost. This person was so young, but his power level was already comparable to Sang Tian's. The spiritualized universe could not believe this. And now he was walking the path of a spirit treasure? How did he cultivate? How could there be such a person in this world? Third master, you know how to unlock spirit treasures? The one who had stopped Lu Yin from climbing the ladder asked. His name was Ying Han. Lu Yin did not even turn his head. A little. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Yin's feet. Lu Yin's ability in the path of spirit treasures could be seen as long as he lifted his feet. The 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder did not start with the Numinous Treasure Association. Instead, it increased as the number of heavenly masters increased. An additional heavenly master meant an additional step on the Celestial Master Ladder. One less heavenly master meant one less step. In the current era, there were 9 heavenly masters in the Numinous Treasure Association. The Plain Master Path was not included. The first step of the Celestial Master Ladder was usually a measurement. It measured whether the person who climbed the Celestial Master Ladder was walking the path of spirit treasures. It also measured the person's ability in the path of spirit treasures by the depth of the footprints. The deeper the footprints, the weaker the person's ability in the path of spirit treasures. The shallower the footprints, the stronger the person's ability in the path of spirit treasures. Ying Han remembered that when she had challenged the Celestial Master Ladder, he had challenged it 3 times. Chapter 3492. The first time he challenged the first step, he thought his footprints were shallow, but the other masters who saw him challenge, especially Yuran, said that he would fail. He failed that time. The second time his footprints were even shallower, but Yuran still said he would fail. In the end he still failed. For the third challenge he believed that his footprints were very shallow. If Yuran said that he might succeed, then it could only be a possibility. That time he was lucky and succeeded by a hair's breadth. If he was unlucky he would have failed as well. After becoming a master of the Numinous Treasure Association, he asked Yuran how to be sure he would succeed. Heavenly Master Yulan had personally walked the first step, allowing him to see the huge gap. Only then did he realize how deep his first step, which he thought was shallow, was. In comparison, it was unfathomable. The first step of the Celestial Master Staircase could easily determine whether the challenger could become a master. Everyone knew that the first step of the Celestial Master Staircase judged the challenger's ability by the depth of their footprints, but most people did not know what the standard was. Now Ying Han knew. Yuran knew even more clearly. Lu Yin lifted his foot and stepped onto the second step. At the same time he revealed the footprints on the first step. Nothing. Everyone was stunned and many people subconsciously rubbed their eyes. But still nothing? How could there be no footprints? Ying Han rubbed her eyes hard. She must be seeing things. Lu Yin lifted his foot again and stepped onto the second step. No one was paying attention to him now. Everyone was staring at the first step. Even Old Tao and the others were the same. They also knew the legend of the first step. But how could there be no footprints? Impossible. Inghan did not believe it. It was impossible that there were no footprints. She had never heard of such a thing. Yuran was shocked and stared at Lu Yin. No footprints, how could it be? How could there be such a thing? Many years ago she had also asked Senior Su for advice like Inghan. At that moment, Senior Su had stepped on the first step without footprints. That was a legend that was not recorded in the Numinous Treasure Association. How did this person do it? His ability in the Numinous Treasure Association was comparable to Senior Mei Su's? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was strength. He did it with his own strength. They could not see it. That was Sang Tian's strength. There was no doubt about it. He was using his absolute strength to humiliate the Numinous Treasure Association. Yuran clenched his fists and glared at Lu Yin. No one could insult Lingbao Association like this. Lingbao Association would fight to regain their dignity even if they had to sacrifice their last man. I'll fight you to the death. A cultivator from the Spirit Treasure Association rushed out, his eyes bloodshot as he tried to kill Lu Yin, but he was stopped by the people beside him. He used his strength to suppress the first step, which is the 9 steps Celestial Master Staircase. The first step tests the Tao of Numinous Treasures. This person is insulting the Numinous Treasures Association and the Tao of Numinous Treasures. We won't let him off. Hold it in. He's still on the Celestial Master Staircase. You don't want the Celestial Master Staircase to be destroyed, do you? Let's wait for him to come down. Yuran stared at Lu Yin, intending to activate the Spiritual Treasure Gatherings array as soon as Lu Yin came down. He would not let him go even if he had to fight to the last man. Old Tao's heart trembled even more and his entire being was miserable. Third boss, you're too provocative. They already don't like us and now they hate us even more. What's the point? And why bother? Even if you're not afraid of death, you can't become an all-rounder. In the face of the Spiritual Treasure Society's anger, Lu Yin was at a loss. What was going on? Hadn't he just stepped on the source box? Furthermore, he had just reached the first step, and the void had an almost invisible substance that sealed the source box. That substance could only be detected the moment one stepped on it, and it tested one's ability to unlock a source box. He had unlocked it in an instant. Shouldn't these people be shocked or even in disbelief? Why were they all so angry? It was as if he had stepped on their tails. Different perspectives led to different considerations. These people from the Spiritual Treasure Association as well as the entire spiritualized universe could not believe that Lu Yin could unlock source boxes. Moreover, he was so powerful that he could rival the Master of Su. When they could not find an answer, they would naturally fill in the blanks. And Lu Yin's strength was the best answer. The Spiritual Treasure Association was on the verge of breaking out, and everyone was nervous. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin stood on the second step and looked at the stone in front of him. It did not have any special characteristics and it was just a stone. It was just a stone, but its surface was filled with the danger of a source box. In the spiritualized universe, this was known as the danger of a spirit treasure. This was a test of his lock-breaking ability. This was the level of a 1-star boundless advanced source box and it was not low. He looked up. The 9 steps Celestial Master Staircase was not easy, and a boundless advanced source box had appeared on the second step. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Yin approached the stone step by step, as if he could not see the danger on its surface. He was getting closer and closer. The members of the Spiritual Treasure Association held their breaths. They were now worried that the third master would be enveloped by the danger of the source box and think that the association would act and destroy the 9 steps Celestial Master Staircase. Although the Spiritual Treasure Association would definitely fight to the death with this person, they did not wish for the Celestial Master Staircase to be destroyed. At this moment, even Heavenly Master Yulan's heart was in his throat. Finally, Lu Yin stopped right in front of the source box's danger, almost touching it. Then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, he raised his hand and reached into the danger. The angle was tricky and it looked very strange to those who did not know how to lock break. However, this action made Heavenly Master Yulan, Heavenly Master Inghan, and the rest of the Spiritual Treasure Association feel like they had seen a ghost. This was an action that allowed one to see through the source box's danger and accurately locate the lock-breaking position. Looking at the source box's danger, the simplest and fastest way to unlock it was to find a strand of danger. It was like finding the end of a loose thread among thousands of knots. Once it was pulled open, the sourcebox's danger would immediately dissipate. Lu Yin praised, "Not a bad idea. It seems complicated, but it tests one's eyesight. Not bad." He did not even look back as he stepped over the stone and stepped onto the third step. At this moment, the atmosphere of the numinous treasure gathering changed abruptly. Everyone was dumbfounded. The atmosphere, which had been so tense that it was difficult to breathe, suddenly relaxed. The person who had been pressed down and was about to attack the celestial master staircase stared blankly. What was going on? Had he cultivated the path of spiritual treasures? No one could understand how Lu Yin had managed to unlock the second step of the celestial master staircase, which was even more difficult to unlock than the other treasures on the same level. This was because this was a man-made danger and it was as complicated as it could be. Those who had reached a certain level could instantly unlock it, but those who were not would not be able to unlock it even if they were given a year. Even if they had absolute strength, they would only be able to destroy it, not unlock it. Inghan remembered that she had tried for several days before finally seeing through it and unlocking it. But this third master had done it in an instant? How was this possible? Yuran was stunned. How was this possible? The first step. Leaving a footprint, the second step was unlocked instantly. This person had not used his strength to humiliate the Spiritual Treasure Association. He had truly walked the path of spiritual treasures. This was too. She did not know how to describe it. Throughout her life she had never scolded anyone. Now she really wanted to. Was the universe still fair? This person was so young, but his strength was strong enough to challenge Xianxia. In the path of spiritual treasures, no one could catch up to him. This was a true genius. In the plaza, old Tao let out a long breath. So that was how it was. He smiled bitterly. "Third master, you should have said so earlier. You made me worry for so long." Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Kiching were stunned. This person could unlock spiritual treasures? Although the path of spiritual treasures and the path of cultivation did not clash, they were both time-consuming. Usually, those who were successful in the path of spiritual treasures would not have much success in the path of cultivation. The most glorious one was Master Su, who had reached the level of Dooku and was also the #1 spiritual treasure master in the spiritual universe. However, Master Su had not become a spiritual treasure master first. He had first walked the path of cultivation before walking the path of spiritual treasures. His seniority was quite high and he was of the same generation as Yuanqi and Wu Huang. How had this third master done it? No one could explain it to them. In a short period of time, the people of the Spiritual Treasure Association had been defeated multiple times. This was something that had never happened before, and they actually began to look forward to what other shocking things this third master could do. At this moment, Lu Yin was standing on the third step. In front of him was another source box, but it was not a stone. It was truly a source box, and according to the Tianyuan Universe's classification, it was a 5-star boundless advanced source box, which was the highest level of source boxes. Source boxes were very unique, and while they were all 5-star boundless advanced source boxes, some could be unlocked by a 5-star boundless advanced lock breaker, while others could not be unlocked by an origin array heavenly master. Although this source box was complicated in Lu Yin's eyes, it was also simple. He immediately began to unlock it. A spiritualized source box contained a different substance from the Tianyuan universe, but the method of unlocking it was the same. Once one saw it clearly, they could unlock it. According to what Heavenly Master Yuran and the others knew, this source box would usually take 3 days to unlock. When Heavenly Master Inghan had reached the third step, she had taken 10 days to unlock a similar source box. Now 1 day had passed and the source box had been unlocked. Heavenly Master Yuran completely exhaled. This third master was definitely a spiritual treasure master who could rival Senior Su. Otherwise he would not have been able to unlock it so quickly. At this moment she also relaxed. There was no need to risk her life. This person was truly qualified to step onto the 9 steps Celestial Master Staircase, and he had not insulted the Spiritual Treasure Association. Even if this person had not joined the Spiritual Treasure Association, it did not matter since it was just part of the process. Against such a person it would be best to avoid making enemies. She was not going to throw her life away. There was no point in risking the entire Spiritual Treasure Association. The people of the Spiritual Treasure Association also relaxed, and their gazes changed as they looked at Lu Yin. Enemy? Oh, it should be them. Lu Yin's accomplishments in the path of spiritual treasures were admirable. In the corner, the few people who had tried to stop Lu Yin were stunned, and the cute girl's eyes were filled with worship. She admired such a powerful spiritual treasure cultivator. The third master was amazing. On the third step of the 9 steps celestial master staircase, Lu Yin opened the source box. Inside was an insect that looked very familiar. A dead insect? Lu Yin had never expected that this source box would be sealed with a dead insect. A dead insect was once ranked second on the Astral Beast Domain's Celestial Beast list in the Tianyuan universe's origin space. It was extremely rare, and it was rumored that it could only be born from the body of a progenitor. It was from the bloodline of the insect ancestor and could ignore physical defenses. Chapter 3493. During the Supreme Tournament, Lu Yin had also encountered a death bug. Although it was small, it was extremely hard and fast. He had not expected to encounter one in the spiritualized universe. It was clearly the same. Different universes could give birth to similar species. This death bug looked very young and did not have a powerful aura. Perhaps it had been sealed not long after it had been born. Lu Yin put it away, looked up and walked up to the 4th step. The hostility behind him had completely disappeared. Lu Yin could not understand what these people were thinking. Those who had been keeping an eye on him were constantly spreading the news, and the spiritualized universe was about to be shaken again. This third master was an all-rounder. How could he know everything? His physical strength had crushed Zhou Xian, his consciousness had crushed Zhou Xian's domain, and his spiritual force was like a butterfly dancing in the sky. Now even his accomplishments in the path of spiritual treasures were astonishing. Was there anything that he could not do? How did such a person cultivate? Perhaps this was the greatest mystery of this era. The cultivation path of such a person had to be found. There were no source boxes on the 4th step, only a very dense danger. This step was actually a test of cultivation. Although a spiritual treasure cultivator did not necessarily need to have a powerful cultivation, if they did not reach a certain level, they would not be able to deal with some source boxes. In the Tianyuan universe, discerning elementary lockbreakers had to be at least a melder to become one. Perceptive intermediate lockbreakers had to be at least an explorer, or else they would not be recognized by the Lockbreaker Society even if they had the ability. Boundless advanced lockbreakers had to be at least a hunter. This was for the sake of the lockbreakers themselves. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would die from the sourcebox's danger. This sourcebox's danger had reached the level of a progenitor. With the spiritualized universe's cultivation environment, this level was reasonable. Lu Yin walked by himself and did not avoid it, nor did he undo it. He simply walked past it, displaying his powerful strength. This sourcebox's danger that had vexed Inghan had not even ruffled his clothes, which left many of the Spiritual Treasure Society's members dumbfounded. Heavenly Master Yuan was helpless. Even if a level 4 sourcebox's danger had reached the level of a spiritual prime, it should not have been able to obstruct this third master. This person was too strong. There was a source box array on the 5th step and Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was the true beginning. If one wanted to become a heavenly master of spiritual treasures, then they had to create their own array while also being able to undo other people's array. The first 4 steps were the foundation. Only at this step would one truly come into contact with the level of Heavenly Master Numinous Treasure. The people of Numinous Treasure Association became nervous again. From the 5th step, one could see the third leader's attainments in Numinous Treasure Array formations. There were some people who were very good at lockbreaking and could do it quickly, but they were unable to master sourcebox arrays. There were such people in the Tianyuan universe. Naturally, there were spiritualized universes as well. Lu Yin's performance in the first 4 stages had been astounding, and they subconsciously hoped that he would continue on. Perhaps he could become a legend. Lu Yin looked at the source box array in front of him and paused for a moment before walking forward. Along the way he turned left, turned right, turned left and turned right. He made 4 turns before finally stepping onto the 6th step. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded. Inghan's mouth was wide open without a care for her image. She was stunned. Yuran stared blankly. So fast. Heavenly Master, is there nothing at the 5th level? Someone asked. This was also the question that most people had. Even old Tao wanted to ask. Wasn't this too much of a joke? 5th. There is a numinous treasure array for each rank. A voice came from outside the numinous treasure assembly. Many people looked over. It's Celestial Master Ling. He's here too. It's not just Celestial Master Ling. I saw Celestial Master Bao as well. There must be quite a few Celestial Masters around. That's right. Many Celestial Masters live in the Numinous Treasure Realm. They heard that the Numinous Treasure Assembly was being targeted by the third manager, so they naturally came to help. Even though these Celestial Masters have not become the 10th Celestial Master of the Numinous Treasure Assembly, they still care about the Assembly just like us. Celestial Master Ling said that there is a Numinous Treasure Array for the 5th step, so it must be true. Wasn't Celestial Master Ling the last person to challenge the 9 Celestial Steps? He lost on the 6th step. But how is the third manager so fast? Monster! Celestial Master Ling's gaze turned heavy as he looked at the figure on the 9 Celestial Steps. Really was a monster. Celestial Master Ling had lost on the 6th step, and he had personally experienced the Numinous Treasure Array for the 5th step. Although it was only an introductory Numinous Treasure Array and was used to determine whether the challenger had grasped a Numinous Treasure Array or the ability to crack it, it should not have been so fast. Celestial Master Ling had taken him more than 10 days to reach the top. How long had this third manager been? Celestial Master Ling, and he had only taken 2 turns at most. Celestial Master Ling could not understand how this person had done it. Some people solved some answers, but when the answers were given to others, they would not be able to understand it even if they tried to deduce it. Celestial Master Ling could not understand how Lu Yin had done it. However, Celestial Master Yu Ran could understand it, so her eyes shone brightly. This third manager's current ability was definitely enough to succeed in the challenge and become the 10th Celestial Master of the Numinous Treasure Assembly. The 10th Celestial Master, the third manager of the Dayu Villa. Celestial Master Ling felt a headache coming on. This person did not seem to be honest. He had challenged all the experts in the world along the way, and now he was going to the Extreme Palace to carve words and provoke Xianxia. What would the Numinous Treasure Assembly do? Celestial Master Ling's head hurt. How could there be such a person? Celestial Master Ling hoped that the next 4 steps would be enough to stop him. Celestial Master Ling stared at Lu Yin. The 6th step. Celestial Master Ling had lost on the 6th step. The 6th step was also a Numinous Treasure Array called Feng Lin 1. It came from one of the 9 Celestial Masters of the Numinous Treasure Assembly, Feng Lin 1. In a corner of the assembly, someone walked out and looked at the Celestial Master stairs. Had he arrived? Not far away were the people who had stopped Lu Yin. Look, Feng Lin 1. It's true. Feng Lin 1 rarely appears. I didn't expect him to come out. Feng Lin 1 looked over and smiled. Jihua, you're still so naughty. Among them, the cute little girl stuck out her tongue. Uncle Feng, I'm not naughty. Do you think your grandfather doesn't know what you've done? Fortunately, the third manager did not make a move. Otherwise, no one would be able to save you. Feng Linwan's expression turned serious. Jihua quickly lowered her head. The people around her were confused. They did not know where this girl came from. They only knew that her name was Jihua and that she had been following them. Now, it seemed that Jihua's background was not simple. He even knew Feng Linwan. In the square, old Tao heard the discussions around him and was surprised. The 6th step is Feng Linwan's Numinous Treasure Array? The manager might be in trouble. Feng Linwan. Kai Keqing was confused. She had never heard of this before. Old Tao said, Feng Linwan is one of the 9 Celestial Masters of the Numinous Treasure Association. His Numinous Treasure Array is known as the most beautiful killing machine. I'm not sure what it is exactly as I've never encountered it before. I've only heard of it when I first came to the association. His Numinous Treasure Array has buried many experts, and it has even accompanied him to battle in the consciousness universe. He's a Numinous Treasure Master. Kai Keqing's gaze shifted. Such a Numinous Treasure Master was rarely seen. Lu Yin entered the Numinous Treasure Array the moment he stepped onto the 6th step of the Celestial Master staircase. At this moment he was very calm, so calm that it was strange. He saw the maple forest and the fallen leaves, and he experienced a tranquility that he had never experienced before. Even his chaotic heart calmed down. This feeling was similar to that of the Great Ming Domain's Milky Way river mist. A source box array could achieve absolute tranquility. The person who had created this source box array was very powerful, but it did not necessarily mean that the array itself was tranquil. All of the tranquility that a person experienced in their life originated from chaos. For this person to be able to create such a tranquil sourcebox array, he must have experienced incomparable chaos. A battlefield was the most suitable. So, what would happen to this sourcebox array? He was curious. In the maple forest, a withered yellow color replaced the sky, but it was also gradually replaced by darkness. Lu Yin looked up. So that was how it was. Using tranquility to devour oneself would result in a silent death. This was a beautiful way to die. Heavenly Master Yulon looked at the sixth step. The maple forest's name was night. The word, night, was the ultimate killing intent of this sourcebox array. Everyone longed for tranquility, but they would also be buried forever by this tranquility. Using a sourcebox's killing intent to do something like this was similar to a battle technique. Returning Maple was definitely a genius. He had once challenged the Celestial Master Staircase and succeeded in just one attempt. Of the 9 Heavenly Masters of the Numinous Treasure Association, this person could be ranked in the top 3. How was the third head going to break this numinous treasure array? Had Lu Yin broken through? No, he had not. Since the tranquility could devour him, then so be it. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. It had been a long time since he had slept so peacefully. In the outside world, everyone from the Numinous Treasure Association stared at the sixth step. They watched as Lu Yin closed his eyes. Was he going to be devoured by the tranquility? Heavenly Master Yulon frowned. How could it be so easy? In a corner, returning Maple was also astonished. He was very confident in his own array, but it should not have been able to devour such a powerhouse so quickly. This person had dared to challenge Xianxia and had defeated many experts along the way. He had also come to cause trouble for Senior Su. How could such a person be so easily devoured by his own array? But that was the truth. Half an hour passed and then half a day passed. No one from the Numinous Treasure Association spoke. Everyone stared at the sixth step as if they were frozen. He lost. He should have lost. As expected of Feng Linwan and returning Maple Celestial Master. The 9 Heavenly Masters of the Numinous Treasure Association are not a joke. Out of the dozens of Heavenly Masters in the spiritual universe, only 9 have succeeded. Sigh, what a pity. This third master is also someone from the Numinous Treasure Association. He's not actually our enemy. Yeah, he's not an enemy, although he's a little arrogant. Speaking of which, he didn't say anything arrogant, nor did he have any intention of insulting the Numinous Treasure Association. It's just that his attitude is annoying, but it's still quite a pity. Let's continue next time. Let's give him another chance. If he meets Feng Linwan again, he should be able to pass. Returning Maple was not happy when he heard the discussions around him. He still felt that something was wrong. How could it be so easy? He had fought in the consciousness universe before. If Feng Linwan could devour this third master, then he could have devoured the 13 celestial phenomena long ago. That should not be the case. What was this third master doing? There was no reaction at all. Chapter 3494. Uncle Feng, what happened to the third master? Jihua asked. She found herself admiring the third master. His unparalleled arrogance made her heart beat faster. She did not want him to die in Maplewood Night. Qian Huifeng did not know how to answer. Let's wait and see. Old Tao and the rest looked at each other. They were not so nervous anymore. The Spirit Treasure Association did not treat them with hostility after discovering that the master walked the path of spirit treasures. But what was wrong with the master? How could he be swallowed so easily? They did not believe it. They had seen Lu Yin's strength along the way. There was no way he would be defeated here. Challenging the 9 steps Celestial Master ladder was not done overnight. Some people took months to achieve a result. They could only wait. As long as Yuran did not announce Lu Yin's failure, they would wait. Soon a day passed. Lu Yin maintained his position and did not move. Then another day passed. He moved. Everyone stared at him. Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes and stretched. What a comfortable sleep. Everyone was speechless. Sleep? Sleep? Was he sleeping? What a joke. Sleeping in Maplewood Night? Was everyone waiting for him to sleep? Although he didn't dare to believe it, it was the truth. Lu Yin slept very comfortably and moved his body, sweeping away the feeling of laziness. He got up and walked through the Maple Forest's evening spirit treasure array. He stepped onto the 7th step smoothly. Everyone was stunned again. Since Lu Yin came to the Spirit Treasure Association, they had been shocked and stunned again. They thought they were mentally prepared, but they were still stunned. In the square, Old Tao and the rest were not surprised. How could the master be swallowed so easily? It was just a spirit treasure array. In the corner, Qian Huifeng was calm. Jihua was happy and cheered. Then she reacted and looked at Qian Huifeng carefully. Qian Huifeng was not angry. Sleep? So that was it. It was not that easy. It seemed that Maplewood Knight was still too weak. Yuran shook her head. She thought that Maplewood Knight had stopped him, but it turned out that it was just asleep. She did not know what to say. This feeling was like igniting a huge fire, only to find that it was extinguished with a stomp. This was the difference in level. This person was indeed a monster. This kid Lin Feng will become a laughingstock. An old voice not far away. Yuran looked over. You're back too. It was an old man with white hair, but he was in good spirits. I came back to take a look. I heard that the third master came to the spirit treasure realm. I will help if I can. After all, it is my specialty. How long do you think you can last? Yuran looked at the seventh step. The old man thought for a moment. It's hard to say. You're too embarrassed to say it. It's hard to say. Speaking of which, Yuran, this third master isn't as ferocious as the rumors say. Yuran was surprised. What happened? The old man smiled bitterly. That granddaughter of mine is lawless. She followed a few people to block his path. When I found out, I was almost scared to death. Fortunately, the third master didn't make a move. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me. Yuran looked at the celestial master ladder. Fortunately, I didn't make a move. Otherwise, this spiritual treasure gathering would be gone. The old man felt warmth in his heart. This was the Numinous Treasure Society. If he died in the hands of the third keeper, the Numinous Treasure Society would never let him go. In Spirit Huayu Eternity, the Spirit Treasure Society was a very peculiar existence, so no one was willing to offend the people of the Spirit Treasure Society. Fortunately, his name was Zhou Xian, one of the 9 great celestial masters. The Spirit Treasure formation on the 7th step was called the Tomb of Landscape. It came from him. The Tomb of Landscape was a mountain and water was water. It came from Zhou Xian, one of the 9 great celestial masters of the Spirit Treasure Society. It was placed on the 7th step of the Celestial Master Ladder, surpassing Feng Linwan. It showed how much the Spirit Treasure Society valued the Tomb of Landscape. However, the Tomb of Landscape was regarded as one of the most useless spirit treasure formations. In the square Old Tao side, the Tomb of Landscape is one of the most powerful spirit treasure formations. Once completed, even a Spirit Prime Realm expert would be trapped and difficult to break through. The Spirit Treasure Society has always wanted to see if an expert at Sang Tian's level could break through the Tomb of Landscape. It's that powerful? Kai Keqing was surprised. Palace Master Yao said solemnly, I've also heard of the Tomb of Landscape, but it is regarded as one of the most useless spirit treasure formations because it takes too long to set up. Old Tao nodded. Not only does it take too long to set it up, but its characteristics are also too obvious. It can be seen at a glance and its range is obvious. If you want to use the Tomb of Landscape to fight, it will be very difficult to succeed. The enemy will not give you so much time to set it up. Even if it is set up, the enemy will be able to avoid such obvious characteristics. However, there is no such disadvantage on the Celestial Master Ladder. The leader must enter the Tomb of Landscape and fight his way out. There were all kinds of discussions in the Spirit Treasure Society. They were all talking about the Tomb of Landscape. Inghan smiled bitterly. It is because of the Tomb of Landscape that 2 celestial masters were stopped from succeeding. Otherwise, the Spirit Treasure Society would not only have the 9 great celestial masters. You are wrong. Celestial Master Yuran said. Inghan did not understand. Wrong? Celestial Master Yuran said, the Tomb of Landscape is divided into 2 levels. One is the mountain and the other is the water. It is placed on the Celestial Master Ladder and has only been activated for a long time. Even the 2 celestial masters who challenged before only activated 1 level. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for me to get out of the Tomb of Landscape, let alone them. I see. Then this time? Inghan asked. To the side, Celestial Master Zhou Xian smiled. I want to see just how powerful this third master is. On the 7th step of the Celestial Master Ladder, Lu Yin stepped into the Tomb of Landscape. He had to enter, or else it would be equivalent to leaving the Celestial Master ladder. This was the 7th step, and it would only get more difficult as he progressed. At this moment, a very obvious sourcebox array appeared in front of Lu Yin. It was too obvious, and even the boundaries were very distinct. He rarely saw such an obvious sourcebox array, and he was somewhat surprised. If this sort of sourcebox array was used on the battlefield, it would be completely ineffective against his enemies. As he stepped into the Tomb of Landscape, he was surrounded by the danger of the sourceboxes. Before his eyes, there were layers upon layers of mountains and rivers that seemed to stretch on endlessly. There was only a thin line in the sky, and the endless mountains and rivers seemed to be increasing in number. Lu Yin quietly observed his surroundings inside. This is a pretty good array, but it's a pity that it's not very useful. Everyone outside heard him, and no one refuted him. The Tomb of Landscape was indeed of little value. Lu Yin slowly walked forward. The mountains and rivers in front of him were both illusory and real, and they blocked his path. If he wanted to pass, he would either have to break through the mountains and rivers or unlock the danger of the sourceboxes. These were the only two paths. The sourceboxes in the Tomb of Landscape were extremely complex, but Lu Yin could unlock them. However, it would take him a long time. Generally speaking, if one wanted to pass the Celestial Master Staircase, they would have to rely on lock-breaking techniques. However, Lu Yin did not plan on joining the Spiritual Treasure Association. Challenging the Celestial Master Staircase was just a way for both parties to step down. He rather admired the Spiritual Treasure Association as it gave him a sense of intimacy. Since both parties had a way out, there was no need to delay any further. He raised a hand and tapped out. His realm of palm battle force spread out, and his strength seemed endless. He used the Tao of Tianyi to tap the mountains and rivers in front of him. The spiritual treasure realm trembled imperceptibly. Most people would not be able to sense it, but Yuran and the others could. They all looked at each other in shock. This third master's strength was so great that it was unheard of. Zhou Xian stared intently at the 7th step. This third master was definitely an expert at the mulberry sky level, and Zhou Xian had always hoped that someone at that level would attempt to break through the Tomb of Landscape. If even someone at that level could be trapped, then no matter how useless the Tomb of Landscape was, it would still become one of the Spiritual Treasure Association's most important arrays. Could it trap him? In a corner of the Spiritual Treasure Association, Mu Feng, Zhihua, and the others watched nervously. At this moment, the Tomb of Landscape's future status would be decided, as well as Zhou Xian's. If the Tomb of Landscape could trap an expert at the mulberry sky level, then Zhou Xian would become one of the most powerful celestial masters in the Spiritual Treasure Association, surpassing Mu Feng. Otherwise, his position would still be below Mu Feng's. The Celestial Master Staircase. With a single tap of Lu Yin's finger, the mountains and rivers were destroyed, but they appeared again without end. The mountains and rivers had a sliver of sky, and the sourcebox's killing intent was endless, forming a state similar to that of the Sky Palace. Lu Yin admired the Celestial Master who had created the Tomb of Landscape more and more. Regardless of whether the Celestial Master had accidentally comprehended something or not, the Tomb of Landscape was truly strange. Unfortunately, he had run into Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know how to break through it if it was someone else, but it was simple for him. The starry sky in his heart circled around his fingertips, and under the Sky Palace, his power constellation flowed without end. The mountains and rivers appeared without end, and his own power was even more limitless. It all depended on how long the Tomb of Landscape could last. The Spiritual Treasure Realm's tremors grew more intense, and more people felt it. Everyone looked at the Celestial Master Staircase and watched as Lu Yin's finger continued to extend. He then raised his foot and took a step forward, causing a crack to spread along the staircase. Celestial Master Zhou Xian's face paled and he closed his eyes. It had been broken. Celestial Master Yuran looked on in shock. It had been broken. The Tomb of Landscape could not stop an expert at Sang Tian's level. Lu Yin took a step forward and passed through the Tomb of Landscape with a relaxed expression. The first 7 steps, even the Tomb of Landscape had not given him any trouble. At most he had used a bit more strength, but that was all. The Tomb of Landscape's destruction was a blow to both Celestial Master Zhou Xian and the Spiritual Treasure Association. However, before they could recover, someone exclaimed, "There's someone on the 8th step." Everyone looked at the 8th step. Celestial Master Yuran's expression changed. Celestial Weir, what are you doing? Lu Yin looked up at the 8th step. A man was standing on the 8th step and he did not look much older than Lu Yin. He had a smile on his face but it was too fake, as if he was wearing a mask. Third Master, please wait a moment. I was the one who set up the array for the 8th step and it's still incomplete. Lu Yin raised his brows. Incomplete? Then what have you been doing before? His tone was not polite at all. This person was obviously a hypocrite and he was clearly targeting him. The man smiled. Third Master, don't worry. It'll be done soon. You can't afford to waste my time. Lu Yin stepped onto the 8th step and walked forward. He had never planned to become a celestial master, and now that he had achieved his goal, he did not want to waste time waiting for this person to finish setting up the array. This person was not qualified to make him wait.